Hello. Hey. Hi. Hope everyone's doing well. Welcome to a new week. It's very similar to the last week. It's still January. I'm still, playing the same games, but, I'm still here, still streaming. I can take solace in that. I'm actually very glad. I'm very glad that I am streaming because I had kind of a off weekend. I'm not gonna go into details, but a couple things happened that I wasn't super enthusiastic about, and I was looking forward to streaming and playing Minecraft because it's always very relaxing. And when I set everything up and I got everything ready, my mood completely lifted. So I guess that's a good thing that I'm here and playing games because it's what I like doing. Anyway, today will be more of that survival world that I started last week. And I actually have some goals today. It's not going to be just randomly building a house. I actually want to do a couple things. I don't expect finishing the house to take too long because I just have the roof to build at the top. So it's just going to be figuring that out first. And then once that's done, I'm going to start doing the actual mining part of Minecraft because I want to get some resources going. I know it's not super hard to get resources, but for me, who's very much a builder and not a miner, it can take a while. But anyway, I have been very much anticipating playing more Minecraft, so we're just gonna go right into it. More of Mince Raft. I love this game. I really do. It's such a wonder to boot it back up. So with the whole computer fiasco on Saturday, I figured out what it was. It was that I guess I had my computer on for too long. This may sound like a horror story, but when I use my computer, I very rarely turn it off. Very rarely. Because I don't know, I've gotten into the habit of that's how I save all my work, is I just don't turn my computer off. So I end up keeping it to where it's it stays on a lot of the time. Sorry, I'm just making sure that audio is still good. Okay. I keep it to where it's on most of the time, if not all the time, like through the day, through the night. The only time it's semi-off is when I put it in sleep mode, which is actually kind of rare. But I think what was happening was the computer was on for far too long, and the internal, I guess the RAM was filled up, because that does happen. And I guess whatever BioShock 2 was doing, because I think BioShock 1 was doing it too, but not nearly as bad. Whatever BioShock 2 was doing was definitely affecting the PC. So I gave it a rest for once. I turned it off. I let it chill out for a second. I did the normal boot loop. I didn't shut it. I didn't hard shut it down, and nothing crazy. But I let it rest. And when I came back, I opened up BioShock and I let it sit for a while, and it seemed to be okay. But I did the smart thing, and I turned my computer off proper, because it had been a hot minute, literally, since it had turned off. So hopefully when we play it again later this week, it won't crash like it did. But yeah, that's the whole story with what I was doing with BioShock. On a slightly unrelated note, I have made a small little change of plans behind the scenes. I don't know if I'm going to be able to execute on it because it is a little difficult and it takes up some time. But I haven't released a short in a while. I have not. On the main channel. So my intent was to release one later on today into tomorrow, and then see if I can get a short not once a day. That's horrible. When I'm not streaming. So like Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday or something like that. I think that that's a good idea. It keeps everything in line, and it allows me to like have something new every day. Like streaming 4 times a week is a lot, trust me. But on the days where I'm not doing anything, I really feel like I'm not doing anything. So I thought that would be good. And I do like video editing. It gives me it's weirdly entertaining. And it gives me, I don't know, it gives me some drive to do cool stuff. So that's the idea with that. But anyway, that's the plan going forward. Streaming is going to be very consistent until life situations change things, which it's probably going to happen in like late February, early March. I already explained that last time. But yeah, things are going to be pretty steady because I am having a good time with this. On that same topic, I am growing at a very, very, very slow pace, and I do not mind that in the slightest. Honestly, I'm not even paying attention. I mean, I am, but not to an extent where like it's important, because it really isn't. But I'm enjoying like people coming in. I'm enjoying people chatting. I'm enjoying doing this. It's honestly like a bastion of peace and entertainment for me, because I've never done anything like this, and it's a good experience, I'll tell you that. Anyway, before we go too far, I wanted to write down some actual proper goals for this stream. So let me add a text box really quickly. Doing this off the cuff because I didn't have this set up before. Give me 1 second. And it's this one. Okay. Let me throw up a notepad here. And then let me type some text so we get it aligned. There it is. And oh, whoa. All right, and then I have to add contrast to it. I definitely want to improve at least this part of streaming. I don't know if I'll get better over time. I hope I will. But it takes time. I've seen people like use stream assets so fast, and I'm over here like, how do you people know how to do this so quickly? Okay, there we go. All right, so today's goals. Oh, I need to decrease the text size. Okay. Let me shift this down. And then let's throw some goals on screen. So we have 1, finish roof. 2. This is what I meant with get rich. Get diamond. 3, no die. I think that's fine. I'm gonna add this here and then do that. Okay, that should be okay. Hi, good to see you. Just setting some goals for stream. All right, off we are. I think that's okay. Let me hold on. Let me increase the notepad size a little bit. That's better. Okay, so let me finish the roof. Let me actually do the thing that I wanted to do. Right, I was deciding what type of wood I wanted for this roof. So the aesthetic is orange and, well, not orange, it's Savannah wood, but yeah, birch and Savannah wood. So let's see, if I had a good color for the roof, I don't know. Oak would probably look a little strange. I could do Savannah wood, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like it would be a little strange. It would be fine, mind you. It wouldn't look too bad, but it would match the floorboards, and I don't know if I want that. Is there any other wood that I have? Because I have jungle wood. Jungle planks. Let's check it. That might actually not look too bad. Wait, maybe if I make... I could make a cobblestone or a stone roof. I don't know. I have to figure that out because I want it to look slightly different. Based on the village, I guess Savannah wood would be okay. I mean, I am sort of like leaning into that aesthetic, but the birch is changing that so it's a little different. I could do a multicolored roof. I feel like that would be weird though. All right, let me get the design of the roof down first, and then I'll see if I can change the color because that shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, the goal is like figure out what I'm gonna do with this roof first, and then we're gonna start mining and not die. I really don't want to die. I'm not playing on hardcore, so it's not gonna affect me too greatly. But if I fall into lava like an idiot, yeah, that's that's the end of me. That's the end of all my resources. But we'll see where today takes us. Is there any other trees around? Because I could use a different kind of tree. No die, exactly. The goal is no die. Actually, yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna mine a little bit. Not excessively, but enough to where I can get some resources. And then we will use, I think, cobblestone for the roof. I think that'll be good. Oh, I need torches. These goals can be out of order. It's not a huge deal. This is Minecraft. Minecraft's an open game. I can do whatever I want. So, let's see here. Oh, instead of having an inventory chock full of resources, let me put some stuff away. Keep things organized. Should I put everything away? Yeah, let's just put everything away for now while I go down mining. Oh, I can't put that away. All right, sticks. Oh yeah, my food situation is still kind of bad. I'll figure that out. Usually I go with agriculture anyway, because one, it looks nice, and two, it's usually pretty renewable. I mean, farm animals are also renewable, but sometimes it's a nightmare. Hi! Wow, I have a couple people in stream today. Nice. Good to see you folks. Let's see. Oh, did I make any coal? I did not make any coal. It's actually going pretty well. I had kind of a blasé week. A weekend, rather. But, you know, now I'm streaming, and I always find joy in streaming, so my mood has been uplifted. I hope you guys are doing well. How are you doing? So about that, I actually don't know how to do any of the... Yeah, good. It's good that you're doing good. I'm very happy about that. I actually don't know how to play with viewers, and I've never set up a multiplayer server. So as it stands right now, I'm just playing by myself and, you know, random chatting. Eventually, one of these days, I will. But as it stands right now, this is just a single-player survival world, so... Honestly, I'm vibing, so... Oh, you know how to make a server? Cool. I've played on a couple servers. I'm no stranger to it. Just I've never had time to like manage one. I know it's not hard, but it can be costly. Depends on how big you want the server to be. I usually run small. Okay. I need to make a stone pickaxe. So I will go do that very quickly. Doesn't it involve... I forget. Doesn't it involve, like... Realms is easy. I know about Realms. But those are, like, semi-limited, if I remember correctly. It's the standard, like, purchasable servers that I'm thinking of with the high cost. I don't know. I remember one time, back when I was much younger, I think I was, like... How old was I? Oh, that's a cave. I was definitely. Oh, great. That's good. That's not gonna be a death. A free one that's decent. Oh. Again, I wouldn't mind playing on a multiplayer server, but as it stands right now, yeah, no die. I'm trying. As it stands right now, I'm enjoying the single player experience, and it's been a while since I played a proper single player where I have self-direction. So, anyway, what was I saying? Right. So I wasn't a teenager yet. I was probably in my. I don't actually remember. It was a long time ago, but I had some idea of like how to make a PC do things. So I had the great idea where I went, you know what? Let's see if I can make a Minecraft server using a Java file, like a .jar on my PC. Let's just run it 24/7, like a dumb. So I did that, and I actually got some of my best friends to play on it for a while, and it was fun. But I had to keep my PC on the entire time, totally free of charge, mind you, minus the electricity bill. But it worked. It did what I wanted it to. And from there, I gave up on that because I realized that it wasn't super lucrative. And from then on, I sort of just played on friend servers. But one of these days, it would be did not want to close up the hole. One of these days, it would be nice to start up on multiplayer again. I haven't played multiplayer in too long. I'm not really pining for it right now, but you know, it's the thought. Also, is this a cave even, or is this just like a water? Whatever. Try not to smash my head on the ceiling here. Okay. I want to stop falling. Let's see. I don't know how much cobblestone I'm gonna need. I'm gonna need enough to, like... I hate the fact that, before you get a stone cutter, every single piece of cobblestone requires, like, multiple... What's the word? You lose cobblestone when you turn it into other material. Oh, come on. You lose cobblestone when you turn it into other materials. So maybe the first thing I should do is build a stone cutter. Who knows? Might come in handy. I don't know if I want a proper cobblestone roof, though. It is kind of boring. Maybe I should turn it into stone. I know that's expensive, but it might have a better aesthetic. I do like my aesthetics. Being a like fledgling architect. I don't know if that's the word. I like building. Building is my passion. At least in Minecraft. If I could build in real life, that'd be fun too. But I've dabbled. It's not like I haven't built stuff in real life, but like not in the sense of buildings and civil engineering and crazy things like that. That would be awesome, and I've known a couple civil engineers, and they've said it's a really cool job. But for me personally, why is it... Hello? Okay, water. Certainly. Oh, I don't want to seal myself in. Hang on. Let's just drop this down here. Why is there so much water in this cave system? But I have built stuff before. I'm no stranger. Get dirt, build house. Well, I don't know about you, but let's go upstairs really quickly and prove a point. That's a house. That took me last stream to do. So I have built a house. I just have to finish the darn thing. Nobody likes the roof rained in, so I need to put something over the top. I don't like flats. That's a... Whoa, hey. Whoa, brother. Whoa. Go get your own bed, man. Jeez, people these days. Invasion of privacy! Alright, that skeleton picked the wrong house. Oh, that's a creeper. Hold on. Hang on. You are not staying here. There we go. Okay. Oh, I can make fireworks. That's right. Anyway. Yeah, so I haven't done it as of recently, but like modular construction is super interesting. I don't know if it would count as like construction, but I've done origami before. Like I've built the small little modules and then put them together into a large whole, and all with tutorials, of course, because original design, especially with folding paper, is hard. But it usually comes out looking pretty good in the end, and it's relaxing. I hate doing that. It always is relaxing. I think that's part of why I do a lot of the quote-unquote hobbies that I do, is just because it always takes my mind off of stuff. I think that's why most people play games anyway. But I obviously don't just play games. I try to be a creative person. Like I said, one of my passions in Minecraft is building, so I guess that stems from that. But it all started... When did it really hit? I think it was when I was very young. Like I was a Lego kid. I was built stuff with Legos. I think it was like one year. I think my uncle bought me. What was it? He may have. No, it was. I remember what it was. It was like a 1:8, something like that, scale model of the Batmobile, but it had like 5,000 or 6,000 bricks or something crazy like that. So it was a very dedicated project, and I think we did it. It was on Christmas, and it was because my uncle had spent Christmas with us. He used to do it regularly. It's not as much anymore because he lives in a different state. But the way we ended up building it, it took about 5 full hours with just the three of us. It was me, my dad, and my uncle, and it took roughly 5 hours because we had never done anything like that before. But my dad had grown up with Legos at the time. Yeah, damn, that's right. My dad had grown up with Legos, so he was no stranger to that, and he sort of knew what he was doing. But it was a big model. It was no like Imperial Star Destroyer crazy like that, but it was a lot. I'm gonna let that cook. Let him cook. But yeah, that was like my first exposure, and of all the times that you could be exposed to something like that, it was of course a really difficult project. But I ended up really enjoying it, and from there, I went in a couple different directions with Legos. I've purchased quite a lot over the years. I think when I was younger, and I had an allowance, like a kid allowance for, you know, making my bed and taking out the trash, simple things, because my parents were nice enough to do that for me. I would spend it on usually video games and Lego sets. That was my two main purchasing things. It is totally different now. I mean, the video games are a mainstay because I haven't really lost that passion. But back then, that was what I spent a lot of my time on, was just buying Lego sets and building Lego sets. And I still have quite a few full Lego sets that I don't know. I guess they're like collector's items now because a lot of them are old. They're from like 2006 and up. Which 2006 is now math. Hold on. 13. No, not 13. I did that backwards. Hold on. 17, right? Yeah, 17 years ago. 17 years ago. So those sets from that time are still, I still have them, and they're still complete. At least I think. I may have like eaten some of the Legos, but I was young and stupid, and I replaced them. Probably my proudest collection is, while I did grow up with like Lego sets and other things, like normal everyday Lego sets, that wasn't what I spent a lot of my time doing. I grew up, funnily enough, with Bionicle. That was my main squeeze. And when I say Bionicle, a ton of people on the internet go, "Whoa, Bionicle?" Yeah. Because apparently you never forget that classic. But that was like my main. That was what I spent a lot of my money on. Because I don't know, I liked the idea of buildable action figures. Because not only was it something that you could build, but it was something that you could like pose and set up in scenes and things. And on my early days, because I've been on the internet for pretty much my entire life. In the early days when I was much younger, I often watched like mock channels, like my own creation channels of Bionicle stuff. And reminder, this is back in like the early 2000s. So a lot of mock channels they had like 360p or 480p cameras, and they would like record it was slideshows usually. They would do slideshows or stop motion of their mocks doing like action poses or story-based stuff. And it had a bit of edge to it. It was a bit edgy at times. But we enjoyed it because we were all young. And everyone has that like edgy teen phase, but when you're like 10. And that was sort of my experience with that. Over time, I got older, and I won't say I've grown out of the idea of like building Lego sets, but the last time I built one was at least 5 years ago. Just purely because I've grown into the idea that while it's really fun, and there's a lot of interest that can be gained from just sitting down and building something, and then taking it apart and mixing it with something else and trying to come up with your own thing. Oh, that's the pickaxe broken. I came to the realization that I wouldn't know where to put all of it, because after a certain period of time, like it's physical objects. Like Lego sets are physical objects. So unless you know where you're going to store it, where you're going to put it, where you're going to display it, it just becomes clutter. And over time, I've tried to at least physically become a bit more minimalist. I think that's the word for it. So I've ended up changing like the way that I go about purchasing stuff. A lot of the stuff I buy now, at least, is digital, because things that are digital are infinite. So the PC storage is infinite. I can throw as many things as I want at this computer until its file storage gets filled. But none of it takes up physical space. It's all digital space. So physically, I have a lot less, but digitally I have a lot more. And if you could like go into you can. There are games that exist based on like Lego or Lego adjacent stuff. But the point is, if you can go into a virtual world and like build Lego sets like you can in real life and save them that way and like constantly access them, that would be what I would do instead. But for now, as I'm getting older and I'm moving around more, like physically, not exercise or anything crazy like that, like moving from place to place, you know what I mean? I have less places to like display things, and if I'm constantly moving around and situations are changing, I lack a sense of permanency, so I don't want to clutter up my living space with things that I wouldn't be able to transport very easily. So that's where that stands. One of these days, I don't know, I might pick it up again. I might pick it up in the sort of like quote unquote adulting way that people do it now, where they buy collector sets that are much more complicated or based on like nerd culture. Like there's that one I don't know if it's called Master Builder or what it's called, but it's essentially like, I don't know, it's a not a creator set, but it's like someone in the Lego community created the set. Yeah, get out of here, villager. Jeez. Someone in the Lego community created the set, and then Lego resold it as like a proper build. I think I don't know the exact name, but it's a Voltron. It's Voltron. But the thing is fully functional. Like it's all of the individual, would you call them Zords or Zoids or whatever the word is for Power Rangers? I don't know. But like that set is super cool. Primarily for the fact that it is fully functional, and I think that's why I was drawn to Bionicle so much. I mentioned that earlier. You can build something and you can pose it, and it's an action figure. But the main thing is I like doing stuff that isn't just an open and shut case. I like having functionality with things. Function over form, in a sense. But if function and form are both good, then it benefits everybody. That's why I've always been like, I've always wanted, Transformers to be a buildable set. They've dabbled in the past, but they've never quite gotten it right. Because at least the ones that have been commercialized, I think Creo did it for a while. Remember Creo? I think what happened with that was they tried to make like a Transformers style building block set, but they ended up making it so that where the bots didn't transform, you just built one and then built the other like it was a creator set. And that's not right. That's not how you do Transformers. That would be like taking an entire bot apart and then rebuilding it into a car. That's not how you do Transformers. That's not how you market Transformers. I owned a couple of those Creo sets too, and they always disappointed me because I could only display like one at a time, and I couldn't flip between the two. That's another thing that I wonder if it's still like going strong. I know that's the Studio series, I think it's called, for Transformers. I think that's their main line, like that's like the targeted to everybody sort of line of stuff, because it's based off either the movies, or I think it's based off the movies, all of them, like the 1984 film, all of that stuff. Let me make another furnace so I can cook this quicker. Because I've owned a few of those sets too, the Studio Series sets. They're very cool. They actually take the Michael Bay bots and make them, proper toys and not whatever the hell the release of the, what was it? Whatever the hell they were during the release of the movies at the time. The movies, man. I don't know what to think about them anymore. I grew up with those too. The Michael Bay Transformers movies, but in hindsight, they're very much more about explosions than anything else. Though I was entertained, and I still like the idea of the redone, what was his name? Devastator, I think? Yeah. That they did for Revenge of the Fallen. I know that movie sucks, and it's really, really bad. But I think that design, for a Transformer is actually pretty cool. One of the few things that the Bay, I think it's called the Bayverse. One of the few things that the Bayverse got correct, or not correct, did at least somewhat decently. But yeah, it's funny how the movies that we grow up with are entertaining when we watch them, like when we're younger. Because we're kids and we don't really know what the idea of quality. I mean, I'm not saying that all kids are dumb, but a lot of kids are dumb. I would know. I was one once. I was a dumb kid. But yeah, a lot of the movies that we grew up with when we were younger just don't feel the same anymore. In that sense, like there's a degree of disconnect between whether or not something's entertaining to you now just because of what it was. Like it's looking through rose-tinted glasses, if you know what I mean. And like that's one of them, the Michael Bay Transformers movies. When I was young, it was fun because it was action. There's a lot going on. It was a spectacle. Looking back at it now, what was happening on screen like 50% of the time? You can barely focus, and the story is kind of dumb, and it's needlessly edgy when they're just big metal bots based on a toy line from the 1980s. And it's like, calm your jets. You don't have to go nuts. Though there are movies that I watched when I was young that are still good. Because you don't lose the idea of quality. You just gain a new perspective on what quality actually means. Because times be a changing and perspectives be a switching. I think I have enough for a pickaxe. Yeah, I do. But you know, my taste in movies has changed pretty substantially, I'd say. There's a couple movies I've seen in recent memory that I'd say are better than pretty much anything I'd ever seen as a kid. But my like active moviegoerness is somewhat lackluster. I just don't watch movies all that much. There's a couple that I saw a long time ago that I rewatch occasionally that are still really either really funny or just really well done, like the entire Lord of the Rings series. This must be like the third or fourth time I've brought up Lord of the Rings, but it's just so good. It can be draggy because all the movies are like 3 hours long, but if you're willing to sit through it and you like story-based stuff, it's good. It's a great film series, and they do a lot right with it. But they're like, as I've gotten older, more involved films, I'd say, are on my radar. Like, I think one of my favorite films of all time, even though it is, it's sort of overblown at points, is Full Metal Jacket with R. Lee Ermey as the drill sergeant and the whole thing with, I think it was Vietnam. I haven't seen it in a bit, but that movie's really good because it is a war movie, and it does delve into like the horrors of war, but it's not perfect. It's not like All Quiet on the Western Front, which is another war movie that is truly about the horrors of war. Like if you want someone to be very scared of what war is actually like, show them All Quiet on the Western Front. That is a good perspective. But I don't know, Full Metal Jacket, it's got really famous scenes. It still has that one internet meme that people reference all the time. Show me your war face. Let me see your war face. And it's a good film. It's well written. It's well executed. It's cool. I've always leaned more on the side of action, for better or for worse. I've dabbled in horror movies too, but I'm a big wuss. And depending on like what's happening in it, it's not my favorite thing. Like I can do like the classic stuff like Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy Krueger, all that. I can do Pumpkinhead, Jeepers Creepers, some of the more obscure ones. What is with this water? I'm so tired of it. But like, I don't know. Yeah, no, I haven't mentioned this yet. When it comes to horror movie monsters and things, one specific type of monster that freaks me out but is genuinely intriguing is probably werewolves, I'd say. Like, I think the idea of lycanthropy is really cool. And it's been a known myth for hundreds and hundreds of years. But like, at least for me personally, I don't know. I wouldn't call it an irrational fear, but it's definitely a fear of werewolves, and I've had a fear of werewolves for a while. Like, I can watch movies with werewolves in them now, like Underworld and I think that's the only one that I can really stomach. Oh, the third Harry Potter movie, Prisoner of Azkaban. I can do that one too. Werewolves are just fluffy monsters. True. If you look at it like that, I guess it's not too bad. But I don't know. I remember back when I was. It all stems back to when you're younger. Everything stems back to when you're younger. But when I was like 6-ish, we used to watch MTV a lot, and there used to be a ton of music videos back when MTV was, you know, music and not whatever it is now. But we used to watch MTV a lot, and when all the different music videos came on, they were all on a reel. And my parents were both big Michael Jackson fans. Still kind of are. I still think his music's good. But the music video for Thriller came on one day. And it had come on before, but I didn't really pay attention to it. But I had paid attention to it that one day. And if you're not aware, in the music video for Thriller, very early on, there's a bit where Michael Jackson turns into a werewolf, pretty directly on screen, like phases and everything. Not American Werewolf in London levels of direct, but enough to be freaky. And this isn't a music video, mind you. So the fact that he put that much effort into a music video is actually kind of respectable. Anyway, yeah, that plus like general exposure to werewolves at the time, that permanently affected me in a sort of negative way. I'm definitely older now, and you know, general fears aren't as bad when you're older. But at the time and for a long time, that was like a huge fear of mine. I think, you know, I honestly think that it isn't werewolves specifically that freaks me out. I think it's body horror, which is weird because I like Junji Ito, so that makes kind of no sense. But I think it's because it's not moving. I think it's because when you look at manga and such, where there is body horror stuff, it's just a picture, and because it's just a picture, it has less impact because it's not like physically changing in front of you. Whereas, if it's like graphically represented, for instance, The Fly with Jeff Goldblum, like that movie, I cannot watch. I cannot watch that movie. By the end, it does not sit well with me. It makes me very uncomfortable. But that sort of like I think that is a carnal fear. I think it is a carnal fear for a lot of people. So I'm not alone in that fact. But just it's not a good feeling to watch like the human form get manipulated in a way that it's not supposed to. Oh, hey, there's lapis down there. Is this just all underwater caves? Yeah, I think I dug into an underwater cave. I'm gonna stop here and dig a different direction. We will come back to you. But yeah, like, that's probably where it stems from, is just a general distaste for body horror stuff. I hate these caves, man. I'm gonna go up another level until I get not water. Oh, hey, that looks like something. No, it's not. I don't know. It's like, for me, body horror is a weird morbid curiosity. Where I hate it, I don't like to see it. But if I develop an interest in, like, maybe I want to look at this, and it's like sometimes you go too far, and it's just freaky. But everyone knows, everyone has that sense of like morbid curiosity a little bit, because there's a part of our brains that goes, this thing is definitely bad, but I want to see more of it just to see how bad it gets. And that's definitely me with body horror. Transformation stuff is kind of icky too. Like when I think of transformation stuff that definitely shouldn't freak people out, but it freaks me out a little bit. There was an old book series called Animorphs, which was just a bunch of kids using alien powers to turn into different animal types. Like completely juvenile and pretty innocent, but it was an old book series, and apparently the lore is like extremely deep for Animorphs. Something I never really knew about until I had watched a video essay on it. But I don't know, just like even the covers is like It makes me uncomfortable. I think it's because it's real. It's like real people, like turning into like animal types, and that freaks me out. I mentioned the whole if it's not moving and it's like drawn, it's okay. And yeah, at times. But there's some squick to it. How much stone do I have? Not enough. Oh, right. I also need more wood to cook all this stuff. There we go. I think having a stone roof will be nice. But yeah, I've gone through like bad image searches before, because the internet's a big place, and there's a million things that you're not supposed to see. And I've seen some bad stuff. I won't skirt around that. But morbid curiosity drags me further and further, and it's like I kind of need to stop looking at this because it's gross, but I'm gonna keep looking at it. And I end up grossing myself out and then scarring myself for a little while. Which is, it's dumb. It's a dumb thing to do. But once you start, you can't stop. When it's done right, though, which is a weird thing to say, like transformation done right. If it's done right, like it's not terrifying. There's a certain coolness to it if it's done nice, if it's done right. For some reason, mechanical stuff doesn't affect me at all. Like if someone's arm turns into a gun or something like that, and like a cyborg or something, that's fine. I think it's organics. I think that's what freaks me out. Which is fair, because organics is often creepy. And I think that's the point. It's supposed to be like a gross out factor at times. Anyway, enough about body horror. I've dragged myself down a rabbit hole with that one. What were we talking about before? Right, movies. Because I led it on from the Fly and like horror movies and such. But yeah, I haven't really watched movies all that much recently, sadly, but I never really get time to sit down and properly, watch stuff. Though the last two movies that I'd say I really enjoyed were, what was it? The Color Out of Space with Nicolas Cage, which is actually a Lovecraft movie that I think has done pretty good justice. It actually has some body horror in it too, so I guess the topic wasn't completely lost. That's a really good movie. It's essentially about it's in reference to one of Lovecraft's stories where what was the plot details? Right. Essentially, like a meteor comes down and crashes on this farm, and it slowly starts to affect the land around, and the people in the farm, the family at the farm, begins to go crazy because like the miasma from the meteor is affecting everything. And eventually it's literally called the Color Out of Space, like corrupts all of the family and pretty much kills all of the wildlife nearby and corrupts it into like an otherworldly creation. And then it just steals the entire farm. Like it just destroys the entire farm and gets rid of it. And there's no good end to Lovecraft stuff. That's kind of the entire point. Is it's supposed to be unspeakable horrors that you never would be able to realize. But I think it's well done, and it's one of the few times where Nicolas Cage does his job correctly. Because if you watch Nicolas Cage movies before, like The Wicker Man, the Not the Bees, that's Nicolas Cage, or Ghost Rider, he's not the greatest actor in the world. He really is not. But in that movie specifically, I think he does it justice because he lets his Nicolas Caginess go, and he just goes from a generally sane, kind of blasé guy to Nicolas Cage, moderately crazy, a little on the loopy side, over-exaggerated, overacting, classic Cagey things. But I liked it. I really did like that movie. I think I saw it in a watch-along for the very first time that I did. But that was like 2-3 years ago. I just remember it because it was good. More recently, though, when I think it was before I came to Japan, because I'm currently living in Japan. Before I came to Japan, I had gone out with some friends to a movie theater for the first time in a while. And we watched Bullet Train with Brad Pitt, which, if you don't know what that is a silly little action movie about a bunch of assassins who are caught together on a bullet train, and it's a multi-layered, crazy, insane plot. It's got a hair of satire and fitting. It's fitting that it does, but it's played for laughs and played for drama at the same time. It's one of those sort of silly, serious action movies. But it's on a Japanese bullet train at Shinkansen. Oh, there was Lapis there. Hold on. And the entire time during the movie, a million different things happen that just make you go, "Oh God!" In a good way. In a good way. That's a cave. That's what I was looking for. But yeah, that's a really good film. And because it takes place in Japan, there's of course a bunch of jokes that you can rely on with that. And one of the leads, actually two of the leads, they're British assassins. I think they're named, Brain, please. I think Lemon and Tangerine, I think those are their code names. And they are like the best characters in the whole film. Because they start off really like posh and clean, and by the end, they show their true colors as some brutal guys. But they still keep that cocky Britishness to them, and it's really fun. The whole movie's just a fun ride. And of course, Brad Pitt's in it, and I like Brad Pitt. He does some good acting jobs. But that's been my recent sort of romp with movies. I obviously haven't, like I said, I'm not a huge movie buff. I tend to watch a lot of the same things. And like I said, I never really have the interest to, oh, that's a skeleton. Right in front of my bed. 2 skeletons? Oh, great. Hang on. No die. There we go. Yep, no die. Now I can sleep. Hey, I got a bow. Right. But yeah, I tend to watch a lot of the same stuff. I need to get water, hold on. Boop. Okay. And it's weird how that thought process goes. Purely for the fact that, I don't know. I can sit down and, oh, come on with the skeletons now. I can sit down and watch a live stream or video essay that's the same length as a movie, but I can't sit down and watch a movie. I think it's just conflict of interest. I should definitely like watch movies though, or watch more movies. Problem is, a lot of good movies and like binge shows are all on Netflix, and I'm not a huge fan of Netflix. Back in the day, we used to have Netflix, and that was how we watched a lot of our movies and things. But we stopped the subscription because we never really used it, because by that point I was on my computer all day, and my parents were watching, I think, not reality TV, but like general cable, which they still do, just in a streaming form instead of there was a mob, just in stream form instead of like actual cable TV. I need armor before I go in there. But we've never really enjoyed Netflix, and I know that there's a ton of great stuff on Netflix. I know that. I'm fully aware of that. But I don't know. I don't feel the need to get a Netflix subscription. I might avoid a lot of the cultural touchstones that people talk about a lot. Like, I completely missed the Squid Game hype train, which in hindsight, like, I don't really care all that much. I know it was really good, and I know a lot of people talked about it, and it was something to be really enjoyed. But I don't know. Just not something for me. Do I have wood? Oh yeah, I have a ton. Right. How do I make a stone cutter? Aha! Perfect. Thank you so much for the follow. Glad you like the content enough. Right, so what was I gonna say? Yeah, so my general thoughts with movies is sometimes it's good to just sit down. It's better with company, I think. Movies are definitely better with company. My problem is, a lot of the time, I don't really have company, either because I self-isolate, or as it is right now, I'm literally alone. So a lot of the stuff that I watch is just by myself, and I'm essentially riffing out loud. That's part of it too. That's why watching movies sometimes is really fun, because you get to just riff on stuff. Let me make a bit of a farm here so I have some food that I can work with. But yeah, like, if you've never riffed on a movie before, trust me, it is really, really fun. Because instead of like sitting and enjoying the movie, which is good on its own right, and I agree with that. Like, there's a certain amount of entertainment that comes from like going through a film and criticizing it like you're a film critic, even though we have no credentials to be film critics. And sometimes you get some really good humor out of it too. Remember the last time I did that? What were we doing? I think my family and I were watching Ghost Rider for the millionth time with Nicolas Cage, and every time Nicolas Cage came on screen, we just riffed on him. Because he's a goof. He's not a fantastic actor, but I love him because he's not a fantastic actor. And that's always a fun time to just have a laugh with family. But yeah, that's part of the reason why I've never really sat down. Why I don't sit down as much and watch a bunch of movies is just because I'm alone a lot. So either I goof on it myself, or I stay dead silent. And when I'm dead silent with movies and things, like, I don't do anything. I always have to do something else when it comes to watching films, because just generally sitting there and like kind of absorbing the content, I don't know. I feel awkward by myself doing nothing, just focusing on the one thing. So I always have to like either react to it like there's someone in the room with me, or, you know, watch it with somebody. I think that's why watch-alongs are fun, because I know a lot of people do those now. Because you have someone to riff on the movie with you. Even if it's sort of like, it is the culmination of React content, watch-alongs, because you are just either doing a show or a movie and just watching it with somebody. But you know, for what it's worth, it's still a really fun time. I think mainly because it's getting a second opinion on what you're seeing on screen. Though, I'm not gonna turn down people who just like enjoying movies in quiet. I think that's why movie theaters were invented in the first place. But for me, I don't know. It's a little boring. So I like talking about movies while I'm watching them and after. It's always good to like discuss films and shows and things and get different opinions, because you get an idea of like how people feel about the thing that you just saw, and everyone has a different opinion. And sometimes it's very entertaining to listen to what people have to say. To give you an anecdotal example of that, my family and I had seen, what was it, Last Jedi in theaters, which is the second of the Star Wars sequels. Not good. Don't watch it. But at the time, because my dad and I are pretty big Star Wars fans. I mean, my dad's a bigger Star Wars fan than me, but I wouldn't consider myself not a Star Wars fan. We had finished up the movie because we had seen it in the theater at the time. And my dad and I were like, that was actually pretty good. I liked it. And it was good to see Luke Skywalker back again. Blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah. The general enthusiasm for the movie talk. But I asked my mom about it. My mom was like, that movie was kind of dumb. I couldn't follow anything. The plot didn't make any sense. And it just didn't feel like it was, you know, worth it. It didn't feel like it accomplished anything. And at the time I was like, I don't know. I liked it. It was interesting. But looking back, she couldn't have been more right. It just, Star Wars 8 just, it's not good. It does too many things wrong and not enough right, and it just, ugh. But that opinion from my mom is like super different. It's illegal to have a sleeping donkey in your bathtub at 7 p.m. in Oklahoma? Interesting. Learn something new every day. But yeah, at the same time, like, having that opinion like gave me that little inkling of, oh, you know, maybe it's not as good as I thought, and I ended up coming around back to the other side. And that's why watching movies with other people is fun, because it just adds to the content. But back to the watch along thing, like I said, it is essentially a culmination of the React content that we were plagued with for a very long time. I know that people still do React content, but it's not as frequent. That was a massive content driver back in the day. Oh, I have some iron. Hold on. I was working on armor. That was a massive content driver back in the day. Everybody did React content. Nowadays, it's like just general meme streams where people react to different memes that are submitted by audience members, which is, it's genuinely fun. Because 90% of the time, like, whoever's reacting to the content is actually engaging and not sitting there like a stone. That was the true plague, was people just sitting quietly watching things happen on screen, which we all know was essentially them, like, just using the video content to make content for themselves. But, you know, it was a time. It was YouTube especially has gone through phases like that where every bit of content was not exactly the same, but pretty much. And there was React content. I mean, it got so bad to the point where people were trying to copyright the word React. Like, come on. But we've come a long way, and content and people's interests shifts, and the way it stands now, it's not as, I don't know, I mean, it's still money grubby. Everything's money grubby, but it's not as bad as it was. At least it doesn't feel that way. Do I miss it? No, not really. Honestly, I honestly don't miss a lot of the phases of YouTube content. Like a lot of creators that came out of like the early 2010s YouTube from the real gaming boom, because that was like YouTube's main thing back in the early 2010s was gaming people. A lot of the people who came out of that though have ended up being either really genuinely good people or complete asshats. It just depends on who you ended up following at the time. And obviously everyone grows, so not everyone is always doing the same content. There's some people who have been doing internet content for a very long time in relatively the same way for a decade or more, like Charlie Boy's Critical. He's still doing content in a similar way as to how he used to do it back in the early days, and he's still just as entertaining as he was. He's a complete goofball. He really is. I think that's an important draw as well, is if you don't fully take yourself seriously. There's too many people who take themselves way too seriously. And it has its place. It does. If you're trying to be serious, then you should take things seriously. But if you're everything's a show. We have to think of it like that. When you turn on the camera and you play a game or you talk about stuff or you just generally, do different things, it's a show. You're performing, for better or for worse. And it's all for entertainment. It is. So the less you really 100% take yourself seriously, I can't sleep because it's raining, the more enjoyable it is, because the more natural you tend to be. And it's all part of the process. See, I can make a helmet, so let me do that first. Definitely need more iron. I think I can get it in that cave. I just want to be careful. Oh, I can use the bones, actually, to make some bone meal. Hold on. There we are. Okay. But yeah, it is all a show. And there's merit in that. Honestly, I think the idea of streaming as a show is actually like a huge step in the right direction for content creators in general, because it allows people to be more self-driven. And that's something that I can really appreciate, is people who are self-driven, because it takes a lot. It really does. To like, it's not as simple as just turning on the camera and saying, I'm gonna play a game. It really is not. I have a friend who actually does stream occasionally, very occasionally. It's not a huge passion of his, but he recently became affiliate, I think a month ago. And I'm not throwing him under the bus. This is not about him. But he was streaming Warframe content for a while, which is how he actually got affiliate. And I like Warframe, and I played with him. I actually modded his streams a couple of times. But at one point he decided to, because we had a big audience that day, he decided to raid another Warframe streamer. And I don't remember the person's name. I don't remember what they were doing. But I remember that the person that my friend raided, he had been playing Warframe for like 8 or 9 hours straight in dead silence. Dead silence. We had raided the streamer, and they were going for about 10-ish minutes. We were there for about 10-ish minutes, and nothing was happening. So pretty much everyone who came with us, including us, sadly ended up leaving because there was just nothing to do, nothing really of note. I'm not saying that watching someone play a video game isn't not entertaining, because it can be. Ow. But watching someone play a video game in dead silence, kind of... Yeah, that's not fun. Really is not fun. At least for me. I like it when someone engages with what they're doing. Oh, there's a zombie down there. Well, you can't get up here yet. You can try, man. You can try. But that's part of why I ramble, to be completely honest. I could talk about constantly what I'm doing, and I have done that before. I did it for 9 hours straight. But just randomly talking about different things is, I don't know, I enjoy it. I enjoy telling stories. There's a couple games I noticed that are very good vectors for that sort of thing. One of them is obviously Minecraft, because you can do a million things in Minecraft. You can talk about a million things while playing Minecraft. And it's one of few games where I can just kind of turn my brain off and just do things. Isaac is like that too, but Isaac I need to focus more. Last time I played Isaac, I lost 19 times in a row. Hi, villager. Is he still stuck there? How long has he been stuck there? Hold on. Gonna interrupt myself to save this poor man trapped in a hole. Bro. Do you want to get out? No? Come on. There he goes. Go on. Yeah, congratulations. Go. Get out of here. I don't know how he managed to do that. But yeah, last time I played Isaac, I lost 19 times in a row because I was randomly conversing, and I don't know. Isaac's hard for me. He's been there for 30 minutes. Man, some people just are dedicated. But yeah, that's one game that is hard to like talk and play at the same time. But I'm getting there. I have an Isaac stream on Wednesday, so we'll see how I perform on that one. And I hope I don't do too terribly. I do really like Isaac, so not doing great is kind of sad. But honestly, what are you gonna do? I can't be perfect 110% of the time. I mean, being good at video games doesn't mean you can't enjoy them. I've said that before. Or rather, it's not like you have to be good at video games in order to enjoy them. That's what I should say. It's kind of the entire point of rage games, I think. Like, let's see, Jump King getting over it with Bennett Foddy, Quap from all that time ago. Part of it too is just it's its own form of like reaction content, because it's more about the person getting angry at the game than the game itself. And those games are stressful. Like, if you've ever actually sat down and played Jump King or Getting Over It, especially, I think those are the two kings of quote unquote rage games right now. They're very stressful. Because you can lose a ton of progress for missing even slightly or getting distracted even slightly. Isaac is not that. Isaac is definitely... God! I hate skeletons. Isaac is definitely not that. It can be hard at times, and there is no difficulty setting for Isaac, so you're just stuck with what you have to deal with. I keep going down to making incremental progress. But yeah. That's a game that I want to play more so I can get better. And there's so much to Isaac that I've just never gotten to. Like, I've fought... What bosses have I fought? I fought Mom. I fought Mom's Heart. I fought Mega Satan. I fought the Lamb. And that's about it. Oh, Ultra Greed as well, I think once or twice. But there are like 20 plus endings. There are way more bosses than that. There's so many more like synergies and upgrades and different things, and it's just so involved, and I've never been able to get around to like getting everything just because of how hard it is for me. But over time, as is true with anything, you improve, you get better, you play more. I swear, this guy. No, get out of the bed. That better not be the same dude. Okay. Case in point. My most played game, as I've mentioned, probably a little too much now. It's part of the brain rot. Is Destiny 2. I played Destiny 2 since Destiny 1. I've played Destiny 2 since it came out. I've played like Destiny since the first game came out. I was there on the beta. I'm very old school. Been around playing since 2014. Anyone who says it's a dead game has not paid attention to the numbers. And it's still very lively, and there are a ton of people playing, and there are a ton of people watching content. Blah, 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 blah. I don't have to prove that point. Anyway, I just enjoyed playing the game for a long time. I enjoyed playing with friends. I enjoyed like just hanging out and vibing and doing different stuff. I was never the super competitive type for pretty much all of my time spent playing Destiny 1. And I really wasn't that way either playing Destiny 2 for a long time as well. I was never the skilled of the group. That was always for other people to take the reins with. But roughly, I'm gonna say 2 or 3 years ago, around then, I don't know, I just started playing the PvP side of it more, which is essentially, instead of like fighting enemies and such, you're fighting other players, which is its own can of worms. But I started playing that more, and I started really dedicating myself to it, because back when the really hyper competitive mode, Trials of Osiris, came out for the second time. It was in the first game, but it wasn't in the second game for a long time. I was bad. I was really bad. I was primarily the assist for the team. Everyone else sort of carried me through stuff, and it wasn't. I didn't have a lot of fun. I was very angry because I was bad. But that's competitive shooters. That's just how we are most of the time. Having a skill gap does lead to like, ugh, I can't believe I'm so bad at this. And you get frustrated and blah, 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 blah. But I decided one day to be like, you know what, I'm gonna just start playing more. And I rapidly improved. For better or for worse. And where it stands right now, I'm pretty comfortable with my play style. I've been playing the PvP mode in Destiny for probably 2.5 years now straight, like as my main squeeze. And it has changed. It has definitely changed. It's gone through ups, it's gone through downs. I've seen most of it. We're currently in a Bubble Titan meta right now, which is not the most enthusiastic thing in the world, and it's infuriating, for lack of a better term. But yeah, that's my main like competitive shooter, and it's probably where I've seen weirdly enough, the most improvement in FPS games. I've been playing FPS games for a very, very, very long time. Like when I got when I got an Xbox 360 when I was about 10, that's when I started. And I've been playing those ever since. It's been like my main game genre. Wait, what is that down there? Oh, that's a glow squid. But yeah. Oh, this is a dripstone cave too, so I have infinite lava. Didn't even realize. I need more armor, so I'm gonna dig a different direction. I will come back to that cave. But yeah, FPS games is like my main thing. As is proven by a lot of my streams up to this point. And I find them enjoyable. I do. I like the idea of being somewhat immersed in a game, like staring at a screen and seeing hands in front of you doing things, instead of like being an over-the-shoulder camera or a top-down. And I don't know. I find that fun. And I've played a lot of FPS games over the years. Some good, some bad, some that I picked up, some that I put down. But there's been a few constants, and Destiny has been a constant. Primarily because I've always had friends to play with. It's always been a game that I just really enjoyed the gunplay in. And it's entertaining. It really is. A lot of people say bad game, and you can say that about literally anything. Any game that has any degree of popularity, there's someone who's going to say bad game. Like, I'm the guy who says that Fortnite's a bad game, but there are people who love that game to death, and I won't blame them. It's entertaining. I just don't like it. That's just me. But FPS is that's where a lot of my, like, I won't say gaming skill, but I'd say that's a lot of where my gaming in general has stayed. Some of my favorite games of all time are not FPS games. But, like, the games that I played the most are FPS. Minecraft counts as an FPS, and Minecraft's probably one of the most played games ever for me. So, it falls into that. Team Fortress 2 falls into that. Let's see, what else? Dead Space falls into that. No, Dead Space is a third person. My bad. That's just one of my favorite games. But they're just fun. They're just really fun. And I hope to play more FPS as we go along. It'll just depend on, like, how I'm feeling and how I'm doing. For me right now, the main games that I really want to play is obviously Destiny, which I play a lot off stream, Minecraft, which I'm playing right now, and BioShock, which I'm playing pretty much every week for now. And story-driven games, regardless of their format, is probably my most interested topic, I'd say. Like, the games I want to play the most. Just because, like, there's always been that argument that are video games art sort of deal. And at this point, I can safely say, at least in my personal opinion, that yeah, they tread that line pretty hard. And there's a lot of artistic elements in video games nowadays. You can get some, they tell fantastic stories from time to time. But sometimes you don't really need a story for it to be engaging. I mean, one of the first FPS games of all time, Doom, like the original Doom back on what was it, DOS, MS-DOS, back in 1994, if I remember correctly, barely had any story to speak of. It was just, you're a guy shooting demons in a space base and then on Mars. And for a very long time, it just didn't have a story. It just completely lacked one because it didn't need it. It was an action game. And some FPS games followed suit. Not a lot of them, though. But over time, slowly, they started adding story elements like Half-Life and Halo and things like that. And it just grew from there. Weirdly enough, some of the best story-based FPS games are campaigns for multiplayer games, like Battlefield and Call of Duty. Those are some of the best stories in FPS, and they're tied to what is essentially a multiplayer game exclusively. And it all depends on, like, how it's written. But again, FPS games aren't the sole deciding factor for what makes it enjoyable. It definitely contributes, because I do have a preference. I can't see. I don't know why I broke that torch. It definitely is part of the preference for me personally. But that doesn't mean that I don't like games that aren't first person. I mean, one of my favorite game types, other than first person games, is Souls-likes. Anything by FromSoft. Code Vein is up there as well, which is, I think, Bandai Namco's attempt at a Souls-like, and I really enjoyed that one too. But that's full on, like, third person. Still like character centric, of course. But that has nothing to do with a first-person camera. It just is over the shoulder, and you're in combat. It's like almost completely melee and magic based, and it's just good. The one camera perspective that does turn me off of a lot of games is probably isometric, which is not quite top down, but off angle top down. And it's very, very difficult for me to enjoy something that is isometric. Just because it's not a style that I like very much. There are some fantastic games that are isometric, for sure. I personally couldn't list any off the top of my head right now, but I know they are there, and I've seen some in the past. I think Hades is isometric. It's off angle, top down almost. And that is actually a game that I might play. I have actually not touched Hades, and it's definitely on the list of things that I probably should play. But that is, oh, that's another cave. This is a cave, right? Yes. Let me block this up first. But that's actually one that the quality is so, excuse me. The quality is so beyond that the quote-unquote isometric nature of it, I can look past that. And that's another thing too. If a game is so quality that the perspective that it's playing on it doesn't make a difference, then I can say, you know what? Who cares what the camera angle is? Who cares what the game looks like? It's still good. Sometimes I say that about the graphics quality too. There are some absolutely fantastic games that this day and age would look like you could play them on a potato. And you can most of the time. But they're still good nonetheless. I still think that the original Doom, back on MS-DOS, is a fantastic game. I would personally rather play 2016's Doom, just because I've played that more, and it's more updated. But I won't say that, like, the old Doom is bad. I think it's still great. Even, weirdly enough, even Doom 3, the one that people are like, that game's kind of bleh. I think Doom 3 does a good job of telling its story, too. Honestly. But everyone's of a different opinion. Some people like card games. Some people like strategy games, RTSs, turn-based RPGs, all different kinds of stuff. And it's just what you enjoy. Gaming is all about entertainment, so not everyone has the same preference, not everyone likes the same games. Certain games are extremely popular. Just generally because either... oh, that's a skeleton. Please don't shoot me. Okay. Yeah, certain games are extremely popular for the fact that, like, a bunch of people play them. And I feel like some of it is influenced from content creators as well. Ow. Some of the most streamed games on Twitch, I feel like, are there because of how many people play them. Like, it's a snowball effect. I think one of the capital A most played games is definitely Apex. Ow, why is there still a skeleton? And partly because the game is good. It's a battle royale, so I'm not super enthusiastic about it. Please don't kill me by a lag. Okay. Yeah, Apex. Oh, wow! Hi, Pestilence. Long time no see. Good to see you. How are you? I hope you're well. Just playing Minecraft. But yeah, I do agree with the sentiment that Apex is very fun. I won't say it's not. But it's a battle royale. Not my favorite game type. I've dabbled in the past, and I think it's the permadeath element that kind of sucks. Been lurking for a bit. Could be better. Are you doing okay? Yeah, I could be better too. It's all circumstances. Not everything's perfect 100% of the time, but we push on. Honestly, I'm just chatting to shoot the shit. And Minecraft's one game where I get to do that, so. I mean, progress-wise, we're doing okay. I've definitely been bouncing back and forth. Mainly because when I talk about stuff, that's what ends up happening. But on that same regard, like, what was I talking about? Right. I've never been one for battle royales personally, mainly because of the permadeath element of it. But I can find enjoyment in it if I'm playing with other people. I just feel like it's too fast-paced at times. There is an RPG-ness to it as well that is actually really fun, but the only downside is it all gets ripped away from you the moment that someone cross maps you with a Kraber. And that is just not my style. Oh, I should make a shield. Here we go. That will help me out a little bit. But again, it depends on the game. I think of some of the most fun that I've had playing Battle Royales is back when Warzone 1.0 was around. I wasn't super into it, obviously, as I previously mentioned, but a couple of friends convinced me to play it with them, and on that one tower at the airport. I remember we had sat up there. I don't remember if it was. I think we were playing whatever the money one was. I don't remember, but I had gotten a cross map with a sniper rifle, so not anything to like write home about. But I was very proud of myself because that was like the first time I've ever killed someone in a BR and had it actually matter. But it is one of those things where if someone convinces me to play it, I'm more likely to play it. Warzone 2 is better than Warzone 1, although it's buggy. Yeah, I've gotten that idea because I have friends that play Warzone 2 regularly. They play more DMZ than they do Warzone 2. Yeah, I've heard that it's decent. Honestly, the entirety of Modern Warfare 2 is decent. I liked Modern Warfare 1, so I don't know. I haven't picked it up in a while though. I just really like the gunplay in that game. I need more wood to burn this iron. But again, it's like if you're into battle royales, more power to you. Because it is a fun experience for people who like that sort of fast-paced gameplay. I'm more of the type where if I'm playing a multiplayer game, I like coming back into the fight as soon as possible. Just because the speed is worth it for me. And I like constantly being engaged in action. I don't like biding my time and waiting for things to happen. I know there are very fast-paced events in Battle Royale games, but I don't like spending half my time lurking around the map. Oh, Apex, yeah. Fair enough. Honestly, like if you're ever gonna play any sort of BR game, it is the bet. You're just leveling higher than your housemate to screw with them. Honestly, competition between friends is the best competition. But yeah, if we're gonna play any BR, it seems like Apex is the one to go to. Primarily because it stems from the old Titanfall 2 style gameplay, which, God, I miss that game. I really do. I've talked with my best friend about it a lot because we used to play Titanfall 2 a lot together on all different consoles as well, and then on PC. But I don't know how they managed to do it, but they practically perfected the movement in that. Apex has a lot of good representation. Oh. Wait, a video script? Ooh, I like that idea. I hope it goes well. I hope you get some good ideas rolling. Honestly, video essays, or like, not quite video essays, you know what I mean. Those are really, really involved. And it takes some writing points, it does. I'm actually, weirdly enough, I don't know why, but it is super fun to just listen to people talk about stuff. Got a lot of legends left to cover. Oh, the mobile wait, it has a mobile exclusive? I did not know this. Shows how much I pay attention to Apex. But yeah, it all stems back from like the gameplay of Apex stems back from Titanfall 2, because that's what they based the general like guns and movement and all that. The movement's not as crazy. It would be hilarious if it was. Imagine Apex with Titanfall 2 movement. People zipping across the map. Anyway, that's where it all like started from. And that was yeah, it takes place in the Titanfall universe. I think it takes place in the future after Titanfall 2, weirdly enough. No Titans though. I wonder where they all went. Anyway, I do miss that movement because it did a fantastic. Titanfall 2 did a fantastic job with player movement. Everything felt crisp. Gunplay was fantastic. Movement didn't feel overpowered, unlike in some other games that tried to copy the formula. It just worked. Everything just worked. And it was a great experience, and I do miss it. I know that the game, as of right now, at least on PC, is currently DDoSed, or might still be DDoSed. And the only way to play it is with this North Star client. It's the guy with the record in the gun range Titanfall 2. Oh, okay. Did not know that. See, I told you I don't pay attention to Apex much. That's cool though. I know about Ash. I do know about Ash. But yeah, I miss Titanfall. I do. I actually played just to give you some perspective on how I play multiplayer games. I played the PvE mode. It was like something defense. I played that the most. And it just comes with the terms of like how I play most video games. I don't know. If they ever give us like a Titanfall 3 or something, they'll sell that so hard. You know they will. Right now they're still very focused on Apex though, which is fine. At one point or another, I definitely want to try to play Apex Legends properly. It's just I wouldn't want to do it by myself. Wait, I store my tools in the opposite. Oh, you store your tools in the first slot. Wait, I just noticed that. I don't actually store... Yeah, Apex with friends is better. But I just noticed that I've been storing... That's not how I actually do my tools most of the time like this. I think it's just because I'm in the interim. And I haven't organized stuff quite. I need food before I keep forgetting about food. I normally store my tools on the left. I guess I'm just storing them on the right because I started putting them on the right, and I've just stuck with that. Anyway, yeah, Apex with friends is definitely better. And when it comes to me and multiplayer games, I'm very introverted. So if it's a team-based, especially BRs, because you're stuck in duos, trios, or quads, depending on what it is. I don't like talking with people. I just don't. Hang on a second. There you go. The bot almost blocked the word hoe. Left side and sword pickaxe, axe, shovel, hoe. Supplementary food for block food and torches. Yeah, my hotbar is definitely not sorted, but I have a similar idea. Yeah, understandable. I'm gonna sort my hotbar eventually. I'm sort of, like I said, I'm in the interim, so I'm getting everything organized as I go. I still haven't done the roof. I need to do that. But yeah, when it comes to multiplayer stuff that requires you to team speak, I've never, ever been entertained by that. It just, I don't feel good talking with people that I don't know. If I have some familiarity with a person, yeah, I'm fine with that. But like, I do not like getting in a call or getting into team chat with someone I've never met before and having to like tactically coordinate with them. I do not like that. That's why a lot of the time, especially with Destiny, which is very much like a team-based game, especially on the player versus enemies side of things, there's a whole LFG where you can hop in, ask for like, hey, are you guys doing this raid or this dungeon or this strike or something like that, and you can chat with people and you can do it. And I know there's a whole no comms thing. Apex is best with friends in Discord, and the Discord chat doesn't blip out between matches. Yeah. I don't know. We like the friend group that I'm with doesn't really play Apex all that much. But one of these days, who knows? I do have a funny story about Apex though that I thought I would tell. There was one point where my friends were playing Apex a decent amount. Not an excessive amount, not every day. But they were playing it quite a bit. And I decided, as a goof, just to screw around with them, because, you know, I like playing with friends. I don't care what game it is. They hopped in a firing range. And we're just messing around, just having fun. And I hopped in and I played for a bit, and it was fun. It was. Because it's always fun to goof around with friends and have a laugh. Especially in low stress when you're just going up on the parapets and sniping each other with Kravers just because. But, you know, I had just installed Apex because I was like, you know what, might as well play it and give it a shot because everyone seems to be playing it right now. Hadn't played online, never even touched the queuing, and I just went in and I played the firing range with friends just to have some fun. Come the next day, like I was only in that firing range for about an hour. Come the next day, I boot up Apex and I'm like, maybe I should give the game a shot. I want to see what's up. And it wouldn't let me go into the matchmaking. And I was like, what? Wait, what's going on? So I tried it again, and it was like, nope, you can't do it. And apparently, by playing firing range, I got banned from Apex on one of my accounts because of reasons. I don't even know to this day why. But I just got banned. I got fully banned from matchmaking on one of my accounts. And I sent in a plea with, what is it, Dice? I think Dice runs? No, it's not Dice. Whoever manages Apex. Respawn. Yeah, I sent a message to them and they said, nope, you're banned because we found a hack client. I was like, what hack client? Yeah, Respawn. I was like, what hack client? And I looked through all the programs on my PC and I had nothing. So apparently I got false flagged. And yeah, on that account, no Apex. I had never bought anything. I had never done anything too intensive. I'm gonna fight an Enderman just because I'm ballsy. Oh wow, he does a lot of damage! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Pardon me, gonna die. Yeah, I'm gonna die, hold on. Oh, please don't kill me with lag! I died. All right, goal number 3 has been failed. He does way too much damage on hard. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, on that account, no Apex. On the account that I started for this channel, though, I haven't even touched Apex, so I should be fine on that. It was just on that one account. I don't know. I guess Respawn didn't like me, so they said, nope, not having it. Well, that was a death. I thought the stone axe would do more damage, but I got ballsy. See what happens if I play for too long, I get cocky, and then I screw up. Sit under a roof with 3 blocks up. Yeah. I just wanted to see if I could kill one. He was 1 hit. He was 1 hit from death. Okay. Moving on. I cannot tell you. F3H. Oh, right. Yeah, no, I think I have that active. Yeah, I do have that active. But what was I saying? Right. That what just happened has actually happened way more to me than you would think. Like, I hate the one-hit wonder. Like I've said a couple times. No worries. Like I said a couple times, I play Souls-likes. I've played Dark Souls 1, I've played Bloodborne, whole 9 yards. And I'm very aggressive. I'm a very aggressive player, as has been proven by BioShock. So what ends up happening in Souls-likes is I get the boss to 1 hit, and I get mega greedy. You can't parry them easily. Yeah, I got murked by gas in my 15-minute inventory game. Like, I get really ballsy, especially in Souls-likes, and it's like, the boss is 1 hit, the boss is 1 hit. And I go, I can do this, and then I die. So, you'd think after a while that I would learn. No, I don't learn. I just kill more. And eventually I get through it. Any tips for Dark Souls 2? Oh, no, I don't. That's the one game that I have not touched. I know it's actually harder than either 1 or 3. I feel like I would give tips, I would, but I know so little about how Dark Souls 2 mechanics work that it would be like giving tips that might not even come to fruition in an actual game. Oh, Scholar of the First Sin. Oh, God bless you. Have fun with that. Honestly, weirdly enough, I really want to play Dark Souls 2. Like I said, it's one that I haven't touched. And people back when it came out had always talked about the fact that Dark Souls 2 was like on the weaker side when it comes to like quality. But it really isn't. It's just the black sheep because it's different from the others. And it's still good. That's the thing, is it's not bad. It's not a bad game at all. It has the most bosses in the series. It has the most mechanics in the series. There's 1.5 million things to do. The DLCs are wonderful. It's just good. Human effigy's so little, I never have the humanity summon folks. Yeah. Dark Souls is weird. When it comes to like helping people out. Oh, I don't have torches. Never mind, I do have torches. But that's for the future. Anyway, Dark Souls is weird like that because there is a nice bit of like the PvP sucks in all the games. Use an exploit to beat the first game. Honestly, I've never beat the first game legit. So like actually trying. I always cheesed it. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, you can pop. Yep, I know about that one. I've used that too. Dark Souls is always weird like that, where like the assist side of the whole thing makes the game easier, but it's definitely meant to be played by yourself. So I've always tried to play it by myself. It's just the games are so hard sometimes that you need the assist. Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring with people is really fun though. That's another game that as soon as I get the opportunity, I have to obviously get through BioShock first. And then I'll probably play Dark Souls 3 because I haven't beaten Dark Souls 3. But after that, Never run across a single summon sign in your entire playthrough. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 is kind of... Dark Souls 1 and 2 are kind of not dead, but nobody really plays them as frequently anymore. But once I get through BioShock, I'm definitely going to play Dark Souls 3. And then, because I haven't played it and I really want to play it, I'm definitely going to do Elden Ring. I'm going to get through that monster of a game. I don't care how long it takes. I want to play it. And I'm actually really excited. Because I cannot get enough of Souls-likes if I get my headset right. It's just, you know, dedicating a ton of time to it. And it's hard. They're hard. Oh. Good old timeouts. Gotta hate them. Anyway, yeah. That's sort of the plan. Why is it? Oh, I thought I had blindness. That's the plan for the future. I'm enjoying BioShock a lot, though. I really am. I think it's because it's story-based, and the story is, like, the main driving portion of the game. It's wonderful. It really is. Yeah, the character limit. I increased it, though. I increased it quite a bit. It's not as limiting as before. It was bad before. It was because I had set it up automatically, but it should be better now. It's just avoiding like spam from paragraphs. I've been seeing a lot of people getting, what is it called, bot followed recently, which is scary. I mean, if you're a numbers person, you can look at it like, oh man, I'm increasing my follower count, but no, they're bots. It's not good. I have that issue with Twitter right now. Like I said, I don't really care about numbers all that much, but I think if I had to look at how many people genuinely are like following me on Twitter versus how many people are GFX bots, ugh, it's not great. Dark Souls series, then Bloodborne, then Sekiro. Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna do Dark Souls 3 and then Elden Ring straight. Because will go back eventually and play the other ones. I have Sekiro. I'm definitely gonna get Dark Souls 2 at one point, but I really want to play Elden Ring. And I want to do that as soon as possible. Because I've waited. I have waited and waited and waited and waited and waited and waited and waited. Ever since it came out. And I have avoided spoilers. Now it's been having a massive influx of bots. Yeah. I know it's the internet. And I know people want to ruin the fun. But, like, why? It just, like, come on. Do something better with your lives. Other than ruin people's days. But it's like, haha, troll. And, yeah, it'll always be here. And it'll always be filled with it. It's gross. I still want to find diamonds. Yeah, exactly. It's just not, it's not cool. It really is not cool. That's the whole discussion with like bots on Twitter. There's people who genuinely want to promote their art, and you'll get, and like, oh, I'm looking for, you have to censor the word commissions. It's that bad. You go, oh, I'm looking for commissions for emotes, or commissions for a model, or commissions for like assets and things. And there's like a solid number of people who are like, yeah, absolutely, I'll do that. That's fine. And they work for a reasonable price and they promote their content and it's fun. And then you get like 600 GFX bots saying the same things. And none of them are real. They're just artificially inflating numbers and drowning everyone else out. And it sucks. That's why it's painfully hard to stand out on the internet, because there's a million either fake people, literally fake people, or like you're just stuck in a crowd of nonsense. And you know, it's hard to bark out a niche. Honestly, I don't mind. like being where I am right now. I'll say that constantly. I really don't care. I enjoy, just what the heck? I enjoy just, being in front of a camera, chatting about random stuff. It just gives me peace of mind in a weirdly relaxing way. And I get to play some video games that I put off for a long time. Like BioShock and Dark Souls and Elden Ring. Speaking of Elden Ring, I really, really don't want anyone to spoil me. Because I have managed to stick around for this long and not be spoiled with anything Elden Ring related. I haven't watched videos, I haven't watched Let's Plays, not an ounce of it. And I'm kind of proud of that fact, because I know it was running rampant on YouTube for like such a long time. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna watch any content, and I'm gonna do this later. And I did. I avoided it. Completely. Dark Souls playthrough, because otherwise you would have the energy. Yeah. I don't know, like, with me, it just depends whether or not I want to play something on or off stream. So far, I'm realizing that, I feel like time is moving very slowly for me right now. It is moving fast, don't get me wrong, but it's also moving kind of slow, where there's a bunch of stuff that I've planned out and I want to do, but I have to get through each of the different things that I've planned out first in order to get to the next bit. Very comfy stream while I run Satisfactory and blistering 12 frames per second. 12 frames per second. How big is the factory? I love Satisfactory, but man, is it unoptimized when you get crazy amounts of factory. Keeps dropping to 6. Honestly, props for getting through that frame rate. It's like when people animate on 2s and 3s. It looks so choppy. But you're playing a game and it's like, oh, the frame rate. Did I grab forgetting torches. Keep forgetting torches. I haven't played Satisfactory in a while. I think that's another game that I just have to get into the mental headspace of, for sure. There is a degree of focus that needs to be taken to like making sure that all your logistics are in line. But I'd consider myself a smart boy to an extent, even though I'm also dumb, very dumb. And I like doing the logistics. I like being organized. I think that's my main thing. Right now, obviously, in Minecraft, I'm not organized at all. Oh, smart panels for the space elevator. Ugh. I hate the space elevator. If you get your production high brass, it works really well, but it takes forever. What was I saying? Yeah. I like being organized in games. I like organization. And Satisfactory is a good one. And like I said, I just have to be in the headspace for it. And right now, I'm not really. I have a Satisfactory world that I've spent like 200 hours on, and I'm very proud of because everything's modular. It's all run by were they the big tractors? The trains weren't out yet. That's how long ago I built it. But like I said, I have to get into the headspace of it. Right now, not for me. At one point, I'll definitely be more into it. Where did all my coal go? Oh, it's in here still. 6 hours to play in the factory to spread. You planted a spreadsheet? That's more than I would have done. 90% of what I do is literally off the cuff. I don't have the effort to plan stuff out. I saw a video over the weekend. I think it was posted like a year and a half ago, of someone planning out killing every single NPC in Skyrim. And, I thought it was just going to be like, oh, finding every NPC, turning off the essential NPCs so you can kill them all, and just going out and killing whoever you could after completing their quests. No, he set up a spreadsheet for every NPC, where they're located, what hold they're in, what quest they're tied to. It was nuts. No trial and error, so you pre-planned it, yeah. That's a game that it's definitely worth it to pre-plan. You don't have to, but getting production rates in order is very important. And of course, the game is based. It's like a 3D version of Factorio. And in Factorio, which is the top-down version of Satisfactory, and it came first, you have to make sure that everything is planned out. Because if it's not, you will lose out on production rates. You will lose out so hard on production rates in Factorio. Redstone is technical Minecraft community. Auto-harvesting large fungi. That's interesting. Yeah, I've never been one for Redstone myself. If it's effective and I can kind of understand what I'm doing, I can do it. But it is extremely complicated. At least to me. But in Factorio, there is... I think you do it in Satisfactory too, it's just harder. There is belt balancing, where you take a number of inputs and turn it into a number of outputs, and you have to work with that. I'm working with this guy named Ian Collier, whose machines are the same complexity as mine, but definitely higher caliber. Yeah. Honestly, it's always good to work with someone who's better at something, because you learn. That's how you do apprenticeships IRL. I've been doing that for a couple things, but a lot of what I do is completely self-driven and self-taught. Purely because, I don't know, I like doing things myself. Everything you see, everything I've done, all me. 110% me. For better or for worse. Self-sustaining fungus harvester for 3 years? Okay, that's a professional. That is a professional if ever I've met one. But everything's a learning process, and we all start somewhere, so... I mean, I started from nothing. Still technically at nothing. But then, I'm developing something, so... I think that's all worth it in the end. Is that a thunderstorm? I mentioned before, it's very difficult for me to do things from scratch. Not because I lack the ideas, but I lack the physical skill. Either dexterity or the ability to, like take the input and turn it into an output. What the hell? But as it stands, big surprise, more people don't know about your streams. Honestly, I think it's because of lack of self-promotion. I've mentioned a couple times, I'm very lax on self-promoting because I feel awkward about doing it. I've seen the worst of how people can self-promote, and I've never been on that idea of how people do it. It's definitely been a bit of a detriment, for growth, because I just don't want to. But I feel better for not throwing myself under the bus. Could I self-promote? Yeah, absolutely. Do I self-promote some? Yeah, I do. I try. Mainly on Twitter. But, algorithms and being buried by content, and I can't blame everything. You sell out channels and friends' discords and Tumblr? Yeah. I don't know. I feel gross. I feel gross self-promoting. I don't want to be remember to like and subscribe. I hate that. See it happen all the time on YouTube channels, and it's just ugh. Sometimes it's done right. If it's done at the end of a video, for instance, I think that's fair. I think that's justified. Because you've taken the time as a viewer to go all the way to the end and say, hey, you stuck around for this long. So I'd appreciate it if you like the video and you comment and blah 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 blah. You know the deal. But I don't want to just come out off rip and say, because people do it all the time on Twitch. They do it all the time. Every single time it's man, you don't need to go that hard. Someone came into my chat a week back and was like, hey, I need affiliate. Can you follow me? And I'm like, dude, I'm streaming right now. And he goes, oh, I'm sorry. And you don't need to promote yourself that hard. You really don't. I've learned from people over time, like how to do things, and honestly, this whole thing is really just a passion project for me. Considering whether you should remove the fall reminder on Nightbot, because it just feels, yeah, exactly. My thoughts exactly. I don't even have one set up for that exact reason. I'd feel gross if I even started doing it. Oh, he's a stonecutter now. That's why he's here. But I've learned a lot, and I've gotten some advice from content creators that I followed for a long time. I remember a very, I don't know if it's famous. I would consider it famous. Like getting big and becoming like a big name is 95% effort and about 5% luck, but the luck is what actually drives it. Like a lot of like being a streamer, an entertainer, or a content creator, whatever it is effort. It's all effort. You're working a lot, you're doing a lot of time, you're putting a lot of time in. And it comes down to brass tacks. Probably inverse. 95% luck, 5% effort. True. I mean, like, being consistent and, like, continuously, like, dragging people in is effort, for sure. But, like, the idea of that is continuing, like, maintaining is all about effort, and, like, getting big is all about luck. And that's what drives the whole thing. It's all algorithms and pushing content and blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah. And if you want to get big, I don't know, drill yourself into that hole, but for me, at least, I'll bide my time. I'll take my time and do stuff. Honestly, just having content, having a backlog, having all these things, it means that it's online forever. So if all of a sudden one day stuff gets picked up, I'm like, hey, pleasantly surprised. But if not, oh well. I've done my due diligence. I'm still gonna be here. Like, I mentioned at the start of the stream, I was in kind of a blasé mood over the weekend, but now I'm feeling very invigorated because I just enjoy doing this. I just enjoy playing games and talking and having a good time. There's obviously more to the story behind the scenes, but I'm not going to get into that because that's not important. But as it stands, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'll keep like being steady, doing what I like doing. I might change things as I go, because that's the life of a content creator, or the life of a streamer, or whatever you want to call it. But I'm enjoying myself, and I think that's what's the important thing. If there's still passion and there's still drive behind it, that's what keeps people going. And sometimes that can be, you can lose that passion and just, yeah, that you can tell. You can definitely tell. I feel bad on one hand for people who lose that drive, because it is a brutal industry. Stuff's comfy and I got a very smooth stream out. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. But yeah, people lose a lot of drive for what they do, and it sucks because you turn it into a business. And when you turn something that you're passionate about into a job, it's not a great time. Oh, actually, story time. So, my dad is a musician. I don't know if I mentioned that. I mentioned that I am. I don't know if I mentioned that my dad is too, and that's where I picked up the passion from. Not big, never really got too big or anything like that. Very local, very centralized. He had one original band back in the early 2000s that he got a solid audience for. They released a demo, all this cool stuff. Very, very niche now, and pretty much everyone's forgotten about it. But at the time, you know, it was a good passion project. But he started it up again back in like 2013, I think it was, as a cover band, because he wanted to go out and play music. He still had that passion. And like at first, he was really invigorated. He really enjoyed it. He found some good bandmates. They played some good gigs. They had a good time playing their favorite music. Ton of venues, ton of open spaces, all that jazz. It was great. It was great. He had a wonderful time. He kept that up for a solid 5 years. And then he had a couple band member changes because one of them just didn't want to do it anymore. And he got a different drummer and a different bassist, and, band things don't last forever. But over time, it stopped being as much of like a let's get together and play fun cover songs and go out and gig and stuff. And it became more of a, all right, let's work on this, and let's like do it every weekend and make it so that, we're really high quality and we can do what we want, and, we can stand out from the crowd. And sadly, the moment that it switched over from being a fun little passion project where they just got out and played not played games, what am I even saying? Where they got out and gigged. The moment it switched from that to turning into more of a proper job or a proper business where it was more self-promotion and all these different things. My dad, both with like interband politics and politics with the gigs and such, where they were like intentionally cutting him out because he was asking for more, because obviously higher quality ceiling, and people that were playing regularly played more regularly because the club owners were in bed with them, for lack of a better term. General corruption. You know how it goes. He became really disheartened, and by the time everything shut down in 2020, he was like, you know what, I think we're done. And he had to kind of close that off. So that's sort of my what's it called? That's my cautionary tale that I learned from him when it comes to turning a passion into a business. Keep it a passion. For as long as you possibly can, keep it a passion. If push comes to shove and it starts to become bigger than you ever desired, and you have to focus on it, yeah, I know. It becomes bigger than you ever wanted to be, and you start having to focus on it as a business, try at the very, very least to enjoy it as much as you possibly can, because it gets much more stressful. But everything can be enjoyed if you pay attention to what you're doing. And we get so sidetracked by constantly keeping up with the Kardashians, I was going to say. By constantly keeping up with things. And over time, you lose the original drive that you had, and it becomes more of a slog of, oh, I have to do this. Oh, I have to do this. I have to do this. And it sucks. It does. I commend a lot of big, especially massive content creators for continuing to doing what they're doing and feeling like they have a ton of passion for what it's worth. And there's people who are genuinely riding that high and doing a really good job. And then there's people who have hit that stride and been unable to cope, and you can tell. You can tell. But it's all a gamble. It really is. I've taken a lot of personal experiences from both myself, from people I've watched online, all that sort of stuff to heart. And right now, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. And if circumstances change, they're gonna change, and we're gonna figure it out from there. But right now, I'm good. Okay, it's taken me, what is it, an hour and a half since I found this cave to actually explore it, but I want to do it now. But that's my sort of life lesson. I'm sure it's been said a million times before, but I both reiterate it to myself and to the rest of the world that keep your passion a passion. Always try to keep it a passion. Because if you're not enjoying something, you know for damn sure that no one else is going to enjoy it with you. And people can tell. Trust me on that one. this cave's big. Why is there so much here? Thank you. Very much appreciate that. I'm bad with compliments. I've sort of revolved around to like kind of the generic thank you so much for that, but really everyone who's been here so far and like been hanging out with me in stream has been so nice. I honestly was terrified. I really was. I had the idea of like becoming a streamer for probably 4 years, roughly, and I've always had that demotivation to just not do it, either because of time constraints or general, I don't know, I'm like emotional downturns. I don't know what you'd call it. Not depression. I've never been truly depressed, thankfully. But I've never like really sat down and done stuff like I'm doing now. And this, I'm happy as a clam, to be completely honest with you. And everyone's been really nice, which is partly why I'm gonna keep doing this. I'd still be here if no one was here, though. Trust me on that one, because it keeps me scheduled. It keeps me on a regimen. It keeps me, I entertain myself more than anyone else, and that's the key to it. I need to get some iron from here. Where are those? I want to find diamonds. I do. I keep stepping on the stalagmite. But yeah, it like, it's always good to play games. Like, gaming's fun. Gaming's great. We all like games. Wouldn't be doing this if we didn't. That's how a lot of streaming goes. Yeah. To be fair, it's still a vibe. It really is. Oh, that's a zombie. Kind of sadly, 4 viewers who top 10%. Yeah, that's the real kicker. It's such an oversaturated market. That's, I think, partly why Discovery is so hard too. Like, you get the occasional person who hops in and says hi, but very infrequently will they like. Very infrequently will they, stick around for too long. You'll get your regulars, you'll get your occasionals, but it takes a really weird combination of something crazy happening and like way too much luck for anyone to really worry about, for it to go from nothing to something. And Twitch has been around for a very, very long time now, comparatively on the scale of the internet. It has. So sticking out in a greatly oversaturated market with hundreds of thousands of people all turning on the camera at the same time and doing different things, it's hard. It really is. But that's life. There's 8 billion of us. Everybody's doing something different. And it just is hard to stand out. The music industry is capital A example of that. Oh, that's a villager. Oh, those are skeletons. Part of it too is you're relying very heavily on, what is that? Oh, hi. Oh, I see those tips like stream desaturated games is usually a region that, yeah, exactly. Just gonna rest here while I look. Thank you for staying though. Happy to see you here. You just want to play the popular stuff because it's fun. Exactly. Lurk! Oh, I love it. What was I saying? Right. So, on that same note, like, there's a degree to it where it is still fun, but a lot of content creators these days have, I should have used the stone cutter, I'm so dumb. What was I saying? A lot of content creators these days have some sort of impact or drive to them that like keeps them relevant to the scene. Like as a couple examples, we have let's see, Doug. I'm sure a lot of people know who he is at this point. He essentially became a superstar overnight Hey, look at you going. He essentially became a superstar overnight with his stuff. And it's because his content is super unique and super engaging, and he interacts a ton with his chat. And he's a standout example of someone who's taken the idea of streaming and turned it into something that is unique and special. And then there's people who are just exactly what you'd expect from a live streamer and are popular either because they're good at games or they've gained a following from something else and they've moved it on to something else. You know the gist of that. But it all depends. It depends. It's a difficult environment, and no one can take that away that it's a difficult environment. But I don't like talking about the politics of streaming all that much. I know enough about it to get by. But it's just not, it's just not engaging to talk about streaming when you're streaming. There's always that, I see it a lot with, very recently, because I've mentioned Destiny 2 before. I do watch my fair share of content creators for that game, because it's a game I play the most, so why wouldn't I? And there was a drought during last season's update where no one was playing because game quality was down, general interest was down, blah, 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 blah. And I saw a million content creators just complaining about how their views were down. And, guys, come on. I know it's a job. I get it. I get that people are getting paid to do a lot of what they do. And it's all based on the fans. It is. But encouraging people to watch just because your views are down is gross, man. And I see people do that way too much. Weird parasocial relationship as small streamers grow only to be seen as an obstacle to overcome by new streamers? Really? That's a thing? That sucks. Honestly, one of the biggest tips that I saw, I haven't really executed on it too much because fear. But one of the biggest tips I saw was when it comes to being a small streamer, even a micro streamer, and growing, is pay attention to your peers. So if you have 0 viewers, pay attention to other people who have 0 viewers. You become a bigger streamer than X, yeah. If you have 0 viewers, pay attention to people who have 0 viewers. If you have 10, pay attention to people who have 10. See what they're doing. See what you're doing. Compare and contrast, but do it constructively. And then you become the big person. You're no longer the underdog. Right. Yeah. I think on a very annoying level, it sort of creates... Wow, Skeleton, that's rude. It creates competition, and not in a good way. Honestly, it really isn't. When you get down to brass tacks, it really is not a competition unless you're just copying what someone else is doing, then you're literally trying to compete with them. But for most of us, it really is not a competition. It's the people who make it into one that really sours the pot. But again, life is what you make it. So if you're someone who is extremely competitive for the sake of being extremely competitive, that's your prerogative. It's not mine. And I'm just here to enjoy, playing video games and having a good time. If I'm never discovered, yes, good competition is cooperating. God damn it, tongue. Cooperating, exactly. And not a lot of people realize how genuinely important that is. Cooperation is the truest way of growing, is working with other people and helping each other. And nobody seems to understand that. It's all about, I want to be better than X, I want to be better than Y, I want to be better than Z, I want to be the same as, I want to be different than. And it's you shouldn't want to be. You should just be happy and then do what you want to do. And if someone comes along and says, hey, we should do this thing together, then you say, sure. Is it fun? And if they go, yes, then you go, awesome. And that should be the end of it. But nah. Part of it too is, a a lot of people turn what they try to do into a job, like I said before. And sometimes it's warranted. It depends on the person. Sometimes it's difficult to make ends meet, so you try to work with what you have. And some people give up their actual paying job to try to do streaming, which, ugh. You want to talk about difficult. But, you know, it all depends on the person. And too many people these days are trying to compete with each other. The Anthropocene has become a very competitive era. Yeah. I mean, if we're talking... historically, well, in some cases prehistorically, Earth as a whole has been competitive. We're just the ones with brains that can think. So we turn our natural survival instincts into getting angry at each other because someone did something that you didn't like. And the concept of like is a human concept, and the concept of dislike is a human concept. And it's hard to avoid competition. It is. It's difficult. It really, really is incredibly difficult to do something and not have someone try to compete with you. That's kind of the entire reason why video games exist. Intelligence is a side effect of what actually made us apex predators. Yeah, exactly. Man, I love science. Endurance predators. I've never used that term before, but that's a cool term. Endurance predators. Right, I was planning out the roof. I need more wood. Wait, did I not plant? Spent all this time and I've never planted birch. Plantigrade and digitigrade. Oh. That's why. Yep, both walking and running. Very true. I didn't know that was the causality of that. That's cool. And it all stemmed from the common ancestor of apes, and we decided, you know what, let's not be apes. It just went that way. Got you. Right, because we started off as hunter-gatherers in pretty much every aspect. We didn't invent agriculture until we became more civilized. Am I still low on food? Kind of. Yeah, I'm building the roof now. Right. Do I have any bones from skeletons? Because I want to see if I can hardcore these trees. Yeah, I do. I have some. I want to see if I can just start working on the roof now because I've been too distracted. Yeah, I actually heard about that. And then it ended up like whittling down to about, I think it was 2 or 3. And we partially, I think, not excessively, but partially merged with Neanderthals. And that was the last major alternative species to Homo sapiens sapiens. And now we're stuck with ourselves. And we may all be one species, but we're all very different. Yep, an interbred with hardy homo. Yeah, exactly. See, I knew I had that somewhat right. I've taken history classes. Or whatever you'd call it. I forgot the name off the top of my head. Genealogy? No, not genealogy. Something along those lines. Things, it's trivia things that I know. Big biology, thank you. Wow, I couldn't remember the word biology. Told you, I'm smart, but I'm dumb. I love me some physics, too. Capital P physics. And it's not... Okay. I know I'm saying this, and I probably sound a little haughty and slightly egocentric, but physics is not hard to conceptualize. It really is not. If you think about it, like, gravity is the ever-present force that makes things do things. And you just go, what happens if the Earth is pulling you extremely hard toward its core, and you take a thing, and you lift it off the ground, and then you drop it? What does it do? It goes towards Earth's core. How does it go towards Earth's core? It depends on how you launch it. That's obviously motion physics. but it's still physics nonetheless, and it's just, it's, you know, it's interesting. Quantum physics and astrophysics. Ooh, I love me some astrophysics. I love astrophysics. Yeah, it's math. That's the downside is math. I've taken calculus and I've done good with calculus, but so I have some grasp of that, but like, ugh. That's one thing I've always like had a good head on my shoulders about is like book smarts. But my friends, like my actual friends, my best friends, the ones that I've had for a very long time, never had that same level of book smarts. And not to blame them for anything, they're still very successful people in their own right. But I've never been able to like nerd out with stuff ever. Like I start talking about space and they roll their eyes at me. And I'm like, come on guys, it's space and planets and gravity and things. Oh no, never even got to geometry? Oh, you poor soul. I mean, geometry's not my favorite, but it's important. But yeah, I wouldn't say I have a passion for math and science necessarily. Like if someone gave me the opportunity to be a physicist or be a mathematician, I'd probably turn them down. But I don't know. As it stands right now, the idea of mathematics and the idea of like space and astrophysics and things, it's just fun. It's just fun. Like a 9, I'd say my YouTube content, because I'm a YouTube binge watcher. That's my main stuff. I'd say a large portion of what I watch on YouTube is just generally whatever I'm fixated on at the time. It's very consistent though, and it's been very consistent for a while. It's usually, let's see, video essays, live streams from either VTubers or other good content creators that I like to follow, gaming reviews and like breakdowns and walkthroughs of stuff that I'm playing at the time. Melody Sheep. You don't have to recommend Melody Sheep to me even slightly. I have been subscribed to that channel for a solid 2 to 3 years. Absolutely fantastic space content. And his sound design is beyond and above great. It's fantastic. I love Melody Sheep. I follow Melody Sheep on Twitter too. That's how I got updated on what was the newest video? Was it the one with not Beyond the Edges of the Universe? That was one of the older ones. But yeah, I've subscribed to Melody Sheep for a long time. Yeah, exactly. Listen, when you can do sound design like that, it's got to come from somewhere. And yeah, Melody Sheep's 100% a musician. You can tell. Sound design is tough. I've done it a little bit. Like I've dabbled with a lot of stuff at this point. But sound design is tough. So the fact that it's like the videos sound the way they do, so well done. I think the first video I watched for Melody Sheep was The End of the Universe? For Foley Artist? Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of stuff that goes into media creation that people just don't understand. And there's a million things that happen behind the scenes that you just never understand that there's someone working on that. Like I saw a video a long time ago of how when they're filming movie scenes, like half of the objects in the shot tend to make noise, like just generically. It's a thing that happens. So there are like material scientists, literally material scientists and audio engineers who create props that prevent the objects from making sound so that it mixes properly with the camera recording. Like a paper bag that doesn't make noise. Like crazy stuff like that, and you'd never expect it. Yeah, silent props. Exactly. And you never pay attention to that. You'd never pay attention to that as a movie watcher. You just be like, oh, it's something that's happening on screen. But no, if that kid in that high school setting was pulling out his lunch at the table with that camera on him, that camera would be picking up every single little sound coming out of that paper bag. All of it. So absurd that footsteps are impossibly hard to make. Because real footsteps are different from person to person. Like, it just depends on how heavy your footfalls are. And sometimes people don't even make the sound. Like, some people, you can walk on like a wet pavement while it's raining in high heels, and you can walk so silently that you'd never be able to hear it over the sound of the rain. But in a movie, if you need that sound to be there, you have to make it. You really do. Because there's no other way to get that sound properly. You can't, like, use actual footsteps because it doesn't sound right. You can, but you have to mix it with other stuff. That is huge in video game design too. It really is. I remember seeing a meme a long time ago, when Minecraft added pandas. They had to like actually get samples of panda noises in order to make them, in order to give them like what a panda would actually somewhat sound like. I mean, it's different, and they've mixed it with other things, so it's not exact. But yeah, the panda death sound, exactly. So when they went to get panda death sounds, panda sounds, everyone was like, how did Modian get the death sound? Because they had to like sample pandas, and it's in the code that there's a death sound, so like, how did they get that sound? Pandas are actually called great pandas, and they're named after red pandas because they look similar. Really? I thought it was the other way around. I really thought it was the other way around. You learn something new every day. I do love red pandas though. That's one mammal that is definitely more admired than it is known about, for sure. Not on the same scale as like capybaras, but close enough. Humans think they're cute. Exactly. But if we're talking complete idiots, I already mentioned capybaras. They are the I don't give a rat's ass about the world of the rodent kingdom. And they're adorable. I mentioned that like a large majority of my content is like whatever I'm hyper fixated on at the time. But like I said, it's pretty consistent, and I do dabble in animal videos a lot because animals are adorable. Speaking of rodents, do you know squirrels aren't native to the Americas? Really? At all? Are they from Europe? I wonder how they got imported. But yeah, what was I saying? Animal videos. I watch animal videos a lot. And I'm of the internet. They got brought over by Europe for entertainment, and they got bred out of control because they're rodents. That makes sense. But yeah, I watch animal videos because animal videos are cute, and I am very much bred from the internet, so I also appreciate some meme content. And I mentioned on Twitter like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, might have been 2 weeks ago, that I had been binging Urban Rescue Ranch for a little bit, which is essentially cute animals doing cute things on a farm, where the main guy who's running the show is a total meme lord and names all of his animals after memes. And it is the most fun stuff in the world to watch. Like when you name your two juvenile capybaras, Quandale, Dingle, and Gort, you know you have a winner on your hands. And he really respects his animals too. It's all a big show. Like, he loves them to death. He does. Yeah, that's where Gort comes from. If you've never heard of the Quandale, Dingle, and Gort thing, it is from Urban Rescue Ranch because he's named two capybaras those names. But that's where it comes from. At least that's where it comes from. That's where I think it comes from. He also has a kangaroo named famous rapper and artist DaBaby. Cat odor mentality. Fair enough. Is your cat's name a reference to something? Because all I know about it is its cat's name. Yeah, this is my cat, Meatball, exactly. I have a dream where I do want to get a cat at one point. I would love to get a cat. It would be very difficult for me because I barely take care of myself, so it would be very difficult to take care of another life. But at one point in time when I'm stable, I definitely want to have a cat. I think that would be a comfort, for sure. When I'm by myself, I wouldn't be by myself. Yeah, exactly. That's my issue. I lack the ability. Just in general. And it would, and as, you know, because I'm not exactly smart, it wouldn't be like, oh, this is a normal tabby cat. No, I've had an idea for a while of what cat I would want to get. I would want to get a Maine Coon, which are the biggest domestic cats that are still like 100% domestic. They're massive. They're like dog-sized. And it's just like, I don't know, that would be a dumb decision, but I'd still do it because cats are the best. Follow a million cat Twitters. I like a million cat videos. If someone said, what do you like more, dogs or cats? I'd say cats. But if someone asked me to get a dog, I'd say yes. Because they're both good. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to make this sloped. Let's see if I can do that. That's going to be difficult. Let's give it a try. But pets are awesome. At home with the family, we actually have a dog who I wouldn't say rescued, but we adopted. And it was probably the best decision that my family ever made, because we had two dogs for most of my life, from when I was about 3 or 4 all the way until when I finished high school. We had 2 dogs. Hit a satisfactory FPS low of 3. Oof. But yeah, we had 2 dogs for pretty much my whole life. But they were both purchases. Like, we both bought them from I don't know what you'd call it, not animal shelters, because they're not really shelters. Whatever, you know what I mean. But we've always had 2, and then I had 1, and then I had 0 because they passed away. But this was like 4 or 5 years ago. I've already moved on. Sad, but it happened. 2 or 3 years ago, we decided, because I was like, I was the one who in the family was like, you've lived with animals your entire life. This is me to my parents. Try to live without pets for a period of time if you can. Because they were going slightly stir crazy, because we hadn't gone to an amusement park in a long time. We hadn't gone on vacation, because taking care of the animals, kind of a hard gig. But they lasted for like 3 months. And then my mom gets curious and she starts digging through like different animal shelters, and we found one with a dog who had only been there a little while. Was already almost a year old, so she was fully trained and everything. And we adopted her, and she's the most adorable little thing we've ever had. The nicest little peachiest, friendly, big old pit bull mix. And she's a roughhouser. She really is a roughhouser. But in a good way. And my parents are all the more happy about it, so. But I've had a lot of pets. I've had a lot of pets in my life. Either because of a personal quest when I was young, or because my mom required 50 million children to take care of, because I wasn't the only one. I mean, I was the only human child in the household. But we had a lot of pets. At one point in the house, we had 2 dogs, 3 cats, 2 gerbils. We were taking care of someone else's pet for like a week or so that was like 9. It was hectic. Not crazy cat lady level, but it was hectic. And my mom said she'll never do that again. And you know what? I believe her this time. I genuinely believe her this time. But I've never, yeah, I could not do gerbils to clean up, exactly. We got them because I think I wanted them, because I had seen them in a pet store and I was like, I want gerbils. And they were in my room. I had the tank and everything. It was an aquarium tank filled with bedding and on a shelf in my room, and they were adorable, and we had them for 3 years. But I ended up, you know, because I was a kid and didn't like responsibility, not taking care of them, and my mom did, so she was taking care of 7 animals at once. God bless her for that. But that's part of the reason why I'm like, I don't know if I can get an animal, because I couldn't take care of 2 gerbils. How am I supposed to take care of something that's much bigger and will last longer? But it's all a learning process. Life's a learning process. Ugh. Bunch of things are changing across the board for me, just in general. A bunch of things have changed across the board for me over the past 2 years. Just to give you an example of how life is. The larger animals will remind you exactly. The smaller ones, not to say they're less intelligent, but they definitely tread the line of like cognizance. But one of these days, I think I'll be stable. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds? You can never predict. But when that day comes, I think I'll properly like learn how to care for something. You know? Because in life, if you can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of something else. So I need to at least get through that part first. I think lack of stability is my biggest crutch. I hate not being stable, and I'm not stable right now. Like, financially and just life-wise. But things change. I've had a lot of things change this past year for sure. Bunch of upsets, complete change of like where I'm living, all different stuff. Quit your last job last month and you're unemployed, yeah. The worst part, I think, at least, is like being in a slump. ID appointment coming up and not sure if you have yeah. I think the worst part though is being in a slump where, like, even if you know you are doing something or you're supposed to do something, there's always a period where there's a break. And for me, I can't stand that. Because all of a sudden I'm left to my own devices and I have no schedule. So everything gets thrown out the window. Just hardcore. Sleep schedule, gone. Work schedule, gone. Ability to, you know, take care of myself and be on a regiment, gone. So I'm working on that. But it's baby steps. We're all adults, we should behave like adults. But I keep saying, I'm glad I started doing this because I had a lot of like, I mentioned I'm a creative person. I mention it a lot. For better or for worse. But I always had ideas swimming in my head. I still have ideas swimming in my head to this day. I'm never content. But, you know, starting this and using this as like a creative outlet is very helpful. Because it gives me something to do. I pay attention to like making sure that things are neat and crisp and look nice and feel nice and all these things. And it allows me to be creative, even if it's minor. I think as long as I keep doing this, I'll have something on top of like a 1.5 million things that I have to do. This is something I want to do, which is very rare. It's normally, oh, you have to do this. But for once I was like, I want to do something. And I did it. And it's 100% my choice. I could stop anytime, but I don't want to. And I'm, you know, as long as I'm enjoying what I'm doing, which I am, I'm gonna keep doing it. Oh, oopsie. Don't want to put a hole in the floor. Oh wait, I still have stone on me? I somehow lost torches again. Why do I keep digging holes and not having torches? Making a mess. But yeah, this is we're only what, a week and a half into the new year. Every new year holds something different. Do you have to? I'm very happy about that. Thank you. I hope that all my rambling at least has some cohesion, because I just kind of talk off the riff. What was I saying? Yeah, so every year's a new year. And I started doing all this a little late. Like I started back late November, so I've only had 1 month from 2022 to really work out stuff. And you know, times are changing, stuff's going on that is out of my control. And it's hard to keep up. But oh, why is there a skeleton in my house? Okay, hold on. Love listening to people just talk or do things with, yeah. I think that's why I started doing this. And I do it anyway. Like, I honestly, oh, jeez. I honestly wish I could have recorded, what is it, like half of my gaming sessions playing Destiny before. Because it's just me being a vile creature. Because I'm toxic as all get out. And I feel like that would be entertaining. Crouch to put up this, I'm sorry. Remember, when I talk, I lose focus. And I talk all the time. But yeah, I'm glad I started doing this, because it allows me to like just randomly talk about stuff. I know. I do it somewhat satirically. If there's something to apologize for, I will know, trust me. I'm very lax when it comes to apologizing. I think that's a negative, but yeah, I've done it before. I've backed down. I see it a lot. I see it a lot, both on Twitter, which is, you know, capital A for it, and I see it with streamers and such. I don't like controversy. I do not like controversy. I think that controversy is icky, and I think that people who are trying to perpetuate it are icky. And I never want to get caught in that. I just want to be me. I just want to be friendly. I want to be nice. I want to talk about random stuff. And I want to find like-minded people who are, you know, in that same vein. And so far, other than a couple bots and a couple derailers, it's been okay. That actually looks not bad. I definitely want to slope it a bit more, and I feel like the color contrast is off, but I think it'll be okay. All right. Oh, I need more stone. I need torches. I need stone and torches. I also occasionally talk in circles. But that's because my short-term memory is ugh. Yeah, no, I thought about birch and acacia. And you know, I think it worked out really nicely. And then the stone roof complements the acacia wood on the bottom here. Honestly, whenever I just throw stuff together, it works better than if I plan stuff out. I don't even remember what I was saying. You're right, short-term memory. My short-term memory is terrible. So, I often talk in circles because I forget about topics that I have talked about like an hour prior. So I tend to repeat myself occasionally. Never been a fan of acacia outside of already read palettes. Thank you! I try my best. But I get sidetracked by my own mental very frequently. And sometimes it's worth it because I repeat a topic that has changed in relevancy, or I bring up something that I brought up before, but has more impact. But what will end up happening, hey, that's another cave. What will end up happening is I'll start talking about something and not realize that I've already talked about it. How long is this? Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, I'll start talking about something and not realize that I've already talked about it before. And it'll end up being like, I don't know, something dumb like the weather, or a game I played, or like a life story that I've talked about on stream before. And I'll just talk about it again and not realize that I've talked about it again. But honestly, it just keeps things rolling in a weirdly backwards way. I'll eventually, I'm sure, at one point or another, someone will catch me on my own hubris and go, "Hey, you've talked about that already." But honestly, if it's interesting, I don't care. I'll talk about it again. This game too is a great vector for that, just because, in a way, like not to say it's not an entertaining game, because it is, but Minecraft just as Minecraft is kind of boring. Like, it's really chill, it is, but if you pay attention to like what you're actually doing in Minecraft, yeah, especially someone with stuttering issues, true. What was I saying? Right. Minecraft's kind of weirdly boring, because if you pay attention to what you're doing in Minecraft, like, you're just kind of digging the same blocks over and over again. Going into different caves, finding different stuff, killing the same mobs, building the same things. So having a contrast of things changing minute to minute, hour to hour. Oh, oopsie. Well, time to go get another pickaxe. It helps. It helps a lot. And I mentioned before, I've seen a lot of people who turn on the camera and just kind of do nothing. And I feel really bad because, like, half the time, yeah, that's normally what you do. Oh, wait, have I already been here? Have I already been in this cave? Oh no, I think I just marked it. Yeah, okay. There is a certain amount of skill to, like, keeping up with conversation for long extended periods of time. There is. It's not easy. Streaming or playing multiplayer helps out with Minecraft because there's a lot of monotony. Yeah. Exactly. It is very monotonous. It's a fun monotony. It's not like cookie clicker. That is my example of, like, boring monotony. But yeah, it definitely helps out a lot. And you keep interest, because things that would normally take, if you were playing by yourself, normally take like an hour or two, can take up to 3 or up to 4. Just purely because you're not entirely focused on the game itself. Like, if I was by myself, just booted up this world and said, I'm gonna build a house, this would be done in like 2 hours. Seriously. But because I'm not hard dedicated to doing every single thing all at once in quick succession, and I'm just kind of relaxed and doing whatever I want whenever I feel like, stuff takes longer, and it's more chill. Oh, I should stop cooking. I should stop cooking copper. Satisfactory is a slight upgrade. Yeah. There are thankfully Minecraft mods where you can do what you do in Satisfactory. I think Create is the biggest one right now. And there's always been mods for that. There's always been mods for Minecraft automation because people are lazy by nature. We're all quite lazy. There's some real hard workers, but you don't want to have to do every single little thing. You want someone or something to do it for you. That's why the timber mod exists. You cut down one piece of the tree and the whole tree falls. But that's besides the point. There is a certain difference with Satisfactory though. And while Minecraft is more about collecting materials and using them to do something, Satisfactory is about collecting materials and then using them to get more materials and just snowballing until you get like God tier. People have an internal desire to make things easier. Yeah. That's the much more humanitarian way of thinking about it. And that's kind of why engineering is a thing. Because it's all a desire to make things easier. There are people who take advantage of how easy things are, though. They exist. There is always a consumer to the product. But honestly, creating the thing that makes things easier is fun. It is. And that's why Satisfactory is really fun. I want to see if I can at least finish the roof. No diamonds so far. Maybe if I go caving again. Just planting. Why is this taking so much of my mental energy? Okay. Anyway, yeah, so I was literally like fourth wall breaking and talking about talking. But there's a lot of topics that come to mind. Like I don't have any of this planned out. And it's usually off the rip. I've heard a lot, and it's very helpful for people who aren't scatterbrained. It's helpful to have topics prepared when you're chatting on a stream, because sometimes you just can't think of something to talk about. And honestly, yeah, it's hard. It's hard to constantly be on the ball. But at least for me, that's just how I think. I know there's a couple people who have said that before. Like, honestly, it's taxing to just not talk my head off for a long time. But there are a lot of things that I won't talk about because there is no reason to bring them up. And they're not entertaining. Because we all have opinions on different things. And I have strong opinions with certain things, but I'm never going to talk about them because they're not relevant and they're not fun and they're gross and ew. Not gross in the literal sense, gross in the don't talk about it sense. And, you know, it's better to understand where people are coming from, especially with more controversial takes on things, than just throw your opinion out into the ether and expect people to believe you. I'd rather be on the non-confrontational side of things. Everyone has something to say, and everyone deserves to have something to say. But sometimes you don't need to. Sincerely. I've made a couple missteps in my time. Either talking too much or not saying enough. But, you know, that's just human nature. Did I go this way? I think I did. Yeah, I did. I find any diamonds, I'd be amazed. This cave system is not big. Oh, pardon me. I've had a cup of coffee that I brewed just before stream next to me this entire time. And because my room is slightly on the colder side, it is now cold. It was hot and it is now cold. Still refreshing nonetheless, and it stifles my coffee addiction. But yeah. For reference, I am from the northeastern US, so I've dealt with a lot of different cold temperatures. I mentioned this before. And I also like saving on temp. You're on your 4th cup. Oh no, you're like one of my uncles. He drinks like 2 or 3 pots a day. But yeah. For reference, I'm from the northeastern US. So I've had my fair share of cold temperatures before. I still hate cold temperatures, but I will never live without them. And I also like saving money on electricity. My parents are much older and much more horrible to temperature. Somewhat quelled the caffeine addiction. Good for you. But yeah, it's like they're much more sensitive to temperature. So our house is usually at like 22, 24 C. I think if I do my conversion correctly. But for me here, I'm actually fairly comfortable at 16 C. Yeah. Oh, Texas? Oh, I've heard about the flash freeze that nearly destroyed the infrastructure a couple of years back. That must have been a nightmare. But cold has its place, and I don't mind being in the cold unless I have to do something. Like, snow's great, rain's great, weather conditions are great, it's fun to see nature. But if I have to be out and about and do stuff, no, stop. Case in point, I went out shopping today. Texas freeze last year's climate change, warm the North Pole, yeah. But case in point, I went out shopping today. I normally go shopping on Sundays, but I wasn't paying attention to the weather and I thought it was bad. CO2 poisoning from people burning fires indoor. Ooh, bad. I mean, people aren't aware of the dangers of that sort of thing, but bad. But at least today it wasn't too bad. It rains all the time here, in Japan, because I'm still in Japan. Oh, carbon monoxide. Okay. It rains all the time in Japan, and it rained today as well. And I was prepared for it. I got the umbrella. I was ready to go. And I went to the market and I came back. But as I was coming back, the wind decided to kick up. So imagine me already frustrated because, didn't have a great day, just in general. Having a great day now, but didn't have a great day. And then all of a sudden, like, I'm holding my umbrella out trying to block the rain and just whoosh, and the whole thing inverts. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. I'm trying to do stuff, weather. Could you not? I mentioned before that I think that snow is my least favorite weather condition, and it probably is, but wind is up there. I've hated wind for as long as I can remember. It's just annoying and can be way too strong for no reason and can be dangerous, and when I have to go out and about and do stuff, like, not a fun experience. Isn't it strange that we use umbrellas for rain but not for snow? Funny you say that. So, in Japan at least, umbrella culture is much more common than in the States, where people can usually wear raincoats, rain jackets, or hoodies depending on how lazy they are. In Japan, you're always carrying an umbrella. Like 9 times out of 10, if you're outside, you're carrying an umbrella because it's pretty much raining all the time. People use it for snow too. Not like blizzard level snow, but like sleet and light snow. Yeah, people hold their umbrellas out. And it works. Shock, but it works. I did it once or twice when it was coming down pretty hard, and you know what? Snow didn't stick to me that much. Funny. You experiment with something that you'd never expect, and you hold it out in the snow, and you go, hey, I'm not actually, you know, getting as cold because the snow's not hitting me directly. But no, umbrellas are for rain only. That's the mentality. They're not. They really are not. Tools can be used for all sorts of things if you know how to apply them. Just depends on circumstance. But yeah, it's weird how the weather condition, because I'm at roughly the same latitude. The weather conditions are practically the same. It just rains about twice as much in Japan as it does in the States. -1°C, but up to 23. Yeah. When I got here back in September, because I've been here for about 4 months now. When I got here back in September, it was regularly at like 22°C, 23°C, and then dropped down to like 16, 17 for a while. And now we're chilling at like 0, -1, -2, around that point. So it's nice and cold. I've had one day where I had to fully dress up, like scarf, coat, gloves, hat, the whole deal. I've had only one day. But for the rest of that, it's mainly just making sure that I don't get first-degree frostbite on my hand while I'm trying to just go to the market. It's rough. It's rough out here. We are very hardy creatures, but we seem to not be able to adapt to weather to where we're comfortable. Though, cold is better than heat. As someone who's experienced cold more than I've experienced heat, but has experienced bad days of heat, cold is better than heat. At least in my opinion. I'd rather be able to put layers on than not be able to take any more layers off. That's for sure. Sweat's gross. It just is. See if I can grab something over here. I should probably start digging more cobblestone out. Yeah, I actually don't know why I'm digging this. I just came down here because I thought there were resources. But yeah, that would be my definite choice. Because I've had, if we do Fahrenheit, exactly. Cold is better than heat. Yep. We do Fahrenheit. In the Northeast, there have been days where we hit 105, which I think is what, like 42°C, something like that. Yeah, after around -10, it starts feeling the same exactly. Well, we've had days where stuff is flash frozen, and we've had days where, it's been like boiling hot, it's dry but boiling hot, and I cannot stand like that oppressive feeling of the sun baking you live. It's definitely not fun to have to go out in the snow and like feel your limbs slowly start to fall off. That's an exaggeration, but you get what I mean. It's not a fun time, especially when you come back in the house and you refrost or you reheat yourself and your hands start feeling like they're going to die. But it's better than constantly feeling like humidity all around you. Because when it's hot, unless it's dry, which is rare, it's always humid. Just because of the way that wind currents and cold and warm fronts work. And it sucks. It really does. So have the axe to fight these guys with. Oh no, wait. Oh, there's a spider! Whoa! I didn't realize that spider looked like that in this texture pack. That was freaky. Didn't expect the fangs. There's a Minecraft, I don't know why I just thought of this, but there's a Minecraft mod that turns all of the mobs into their, was it Gijinka equivalents? Of their anthropomorphized versions from all the different animations over the years. And it's been around for a while. And it's fun. The designs are very good. Especially the spider. I mentioned I like spiders. I'm weird like that. Hate bugs. Cannot stand bugs. If they fly and they buzz near my ears, get them out of my sight. Spiders, though, they get rid of bugs. That's a sword. Spiders are chill. There was actually, at my apartment, when we first moved in, because it was still warm outside, there was this big, I don't know if you've seen them before, but they're black and yellow spiders. They're called Joro spiders. And there was one just stationed on the ceiling right above where the flat goes to the second floor. And oof, it was creepy. Internet blipped. Microwaves do not like the cold. Oh, right. Yep, microwave. Exactly. What was I saying? Right. So there was this big yellow and black spider named a Joro spider right on the the ceiling of our flat. And honestly, he was non-confrontational, didn't do jack diddly. And I was vibing with him until one day he disappeared because I think he got someone complained and he got removed. But spiders, man, spiders are cool because they get rid of all the things I hate. If I don't see them and they don't see me, we can coexist perfectly. Though they do freak me out when they're like in my face. Oh dear. Kind of look like the East Asian variant. Yeah, somewhat. Probably a little, I don't know if bigger or smaller. I mean, it was pretty big. It was like the size of roughly a thumb length, the full thumb. It was decent. And it had a massive spider web, and it was catching like all the gross stuff too. I usually get like in my house back in the States, I usually get tinier spiders, not house spiders, but like pretty small. Convergent evolution of spiders. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, convergent evolutions are weird. Yeah, it's a survival instinct. Let's adapt the same thing while being completely unrelated, because that's the best way to adapt to the situation. Anyway. Yeah, I usually get like house spiders. Not all the time. Sometimes they get really tiny ones, but they're usually in like the corners of my room at the time. Oh, they're both orb weavers? Wow. I only thought the one was. But if there's a spider like in my living space and it's non-confrontational, isn't getting all the room, all my things, and just hanging out, it's gonna get rid of like the gnats and the flies that get caught and like all the things that are gross that I just don't want near me. So I've never had a hatred of spiders. That's probably why when it comes to the you know what, let's rip the band off. When it comes to the anime world and the monster girl thing, I like spiders a lot. In multiple ways. I think the designs that come out of them are fantastic, and honestly, they're just inhuman enough to be classified as monster girls. So I like them. But again, that's a story for a different time. Ouch. Wait, did my axe break? Oh, great. The American ones makes zipper spiders. That's cool. I find scientific classification so silly sometimes. Because, oh crap, I'm gonna die again. Oh, you stupid skeleton! I swear on my life. Yeah. Oh, are you kidding? I blocked that! Well, gotta go get my stuff. Scientific classifications are very goofy. Because, you know, a lot of scientists are very smart, know what they're talking about, and can be very involved in the field that they're studying. But the moment it comes to nomenclature, it immediately they just rip the Band-Aid off. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's some really dumb names. Dead languages so the meanings won't change. Exactly. But there's some really dumb names, and they're very, 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 very literal most of the time. But honestly, when you're classifying stuff, you sort of want the naming system to be easy to understand. And while direct translations are often quite silly, most people wouldn't understand them because they are, yeah, Latin and Greek. Funniest one is potentially the wasp, ahaha, which is named as a joke. That's fantastic. Oh, there was one name that I saw. Oh, I don't remember what it was. I hate when I forget. But it was very, very silly. I mean, if you want to really pay attention to how silly a lot of the name systems are, just look at anything dinosaur related. They're usually very literal. Yeah, there's one. American brown bear is just bear. But there's some goofy names, man. And honestly, to be literal is to name things correctly. I mean, dinosaur, the word dinosaur itself is a literal definition of what they are. And then, at the same time, people have just named things after... People have just named animals after people. Like, named animals after scientists or after famous, like, famous celebrities, just because they can, and they're the first to discover it. Yeah, exactly. We call them lizards, and they're not lizards at all. They're actually completely separate from lizards, which are now... exactly what you'd think they would be. But honestly, naming conventions like that, especially when we started developing proper names for all the different species, like kingdoms, phylums, all that thing, not everybody had quite the best idea of what everything meant or what everything was. So we got some stuff wrong. Most controversial discovery that T-Rex doesn't have feathers, but it has lips. You're telling me the large, crazy, like, absolutely photogenic predator that everyone has known since Jurassic Park hit the screens. Well, yeah, we're really talking, like, the museum, but it's coming to, like, general focus with Jurassic Park, and let's not get that wrong. You're telling me that massive thing with its stubby arms and its huge head has lips? That's so silly. Just imagine this giant, like, lizard-like bipedal, like, predator charging down at you with just the most kissable lips in the world. Like, you'd be thrown off. You would. Oh, it keeps it, well, oh. Fair enough. It's a good utility. I mean, its maw is so massive that honestly not having lips would probably be worse. But the amount of times that we've gotten stuff wrong. Yeah, the rumbling sound. I know about that. I've seen that. It was much more terrifying than whatever the movies came out with. Exactly. They're like whales, but on land. It's brutal. You want to talk death growls? Get a T-Rex to do your vocals. I say it in jest, but still. Alright, I'm gonna just start hard mining some cobble. I've had enough of this. Kind of sound like echolocation. Yeah, and an echo from out. They're big. They're big. Any animal with a large mass... Yeah, of course. Any animal with a large mass, its sound is usually related to its size, which is why blue whales make such a subsonic sound. And it's in water, too. Because they're trying to communicate with each other, and and the size that they're the largest animal in history. Their immense size contributes to the fact that they make that crazy low sound. And it just comes with the terms. Like, if all of a sudden, I don't know, a hamster made a blue whale call, I'd be terrified. I would be legitimately terrified. But that's another biological thing. Like, it depends. It also depends on the animal itself. And magically, things that we human beings could not differentiate, like animals could tell the difference. Dolphins can tell that they each have different calls. We can't. Pachycephalosaurus and the Parasaurolophus. I said that wrong. Paralophosaurus. I know Parasaurolophus, unless I'm pronouncing Parasaurolophus. Parasaurolophus. That's the pronunciation. Thank you, brain. Took a second. The Parasaurolophus is the one. Yeah, if I'm thinking correctly, it has the face of Jar Jar Binks and the big ass bone head sticking out the back. I wonder if they used Parasaurolophus as like a design cue for Jar Jar. I would not be surprised. Big bone, yeah, it's a sail-like bone, exactly. There's a lot of biological functions that we kind of miss, especially when it comes to dinosaurs, that are really integral to their survival and their way of like communicating and adapting to situations. Like a very early, is it sauropsid? I think that's the word for it. It's not quite a dinosaur. Personal theory that the Pachy might have had that large skull to hold up a chicken-like column? Possibly. What was I saying? I don't know if the word is sauropsid. I'm not sure. But it's not a dinosaur. Dimetrodon had that massive sail on its back because especially in hot climates, it needed some way to radiate heat out of its massive body. And that's why the sail was there. It wasn't just for looks. It was for being able to survive in different temperatures. Because, most lizards or quote-unquote lizard-like creatures are cold-blooded, and they have an issue with being able to adapt to temperatures. So that was Dimetrodon's way of doing it. And we look back and we go, hey, that's a cool evolutionary design, but it had utility. It always has utility. And that thing is our ancestor. Or at least could have been. Mammals are weird. There was a one documentary a while back. I think it was on the BBC, and then they moved it to like National Geographic. It wasn't Walking with Dinosaurs. It was something like Time Before Dinosaurs or something like that. And I remember it because it did evolution correctly. Stegosaurus and Ankylosaurus were named the Thagomizer because of a Far Side comic. That's awesome. Oh, that's actually a legitimately cool name. The one time that nerding out has given a prehistoric creature the most badass weapon, the Thagomizer. Yeah, there was a documentary a while back on the BBC. It was like Time Before Time, something like that. But it used 3D rendering and graphics to essentially go through the prehistoric evolution of before the dinosaurs, like what eventually became mammals from that bone-headed fish all the way through to what was it? I forget what the last creature on the list was. But it goes through the evolution of like what happened, like what we assume happened before mammals existed. And it's goofy. It's definitely for entertainment, but it gets a lot of stuff right. And honestly, seeing things evolve as it goes is really fun. And it's interesting to see how, the joke of we all evolved from fish. We did. We really did. I mean, you look at embryos of a bunch of different mammals, and even some non-mammals like birds. They look kind of the same. It's vestiges of old evolution. It's fun. But my sense of knowledge on the whole, on like biology and prehistory and things like that, much more of trivia than like proper intrigue. I mean, I love talking about the stuff, and I love like watching content and stuff and reading about it. But I'm not as in depth as someone who would be much more well versed in the field. Same with space. I like space, and I've always liked space, and I know a lot about space, but I'm no astrophysicist. It's just fun to have an interest in something like that. Bilurian's alien biospheres? Ooh. Hang on. Let me snag that on a side tab, and I will watch that after. Let's throw that down. I'm always down for content. Prehistoric aquatic animal Alpabinia that was named for a while, that was memed for a while? Do you mean Dunkleosteus? Because that's the only one I can think about. If it's Dunkleosteus, then that's I'm glad I got that right. But if it's not, I'm not sure. I love that fish though. That thing seems like it's evil. Oh, I need to burn some of this. Did I not get any coal from all that mining? Oh, what a mistake. Oh, Anomalocaris! I actually know Anomalocaris. And no, I did not know it was memed for a while. But why am I not surprised? That's part of it too. I know what it is. Predator or What of Humanities. Yeah, exactly. Anomalocaris was brutal. I forget their exact names, but I can see them in my head. And yeah, Anomalocaris was definitely pretty aggressive. Vulva ganglion crust of the predator. Yeah, exactly. They call them boneheaded fish, and a lot of them were, but they were actually smarter than pretty much anything at the time. It is literally because they had like a bony plate to protect their like growing brain case, but it's still funny to just call them boneheads. Early evolution and like Precambrian stuff, especially Precambrian stuff, is so obscure. When we hit the Cambrian explosion, a lot of stuff becomes more clear. But like, everyone knows dinosaurs, everyone knows like early humanity, that stuff, but no one really looks that far back towards like aquatic evolution. And it's its own rabbit hole of chaos. It really is. But everything comes from somewhere. Some hacking creature went, let me try eating animals, and everything had to fight to survive. Yeah. Honestly, in a weird way, that's just always been the case. Like, if someone's trying to destroy you, you adapt much faster. Both for humanity when it comes to like war and things, and ancient history and prehistory, when just fighting to survive was MO number one. You get forced to adapt, and evolution, as the Brits say, can grasp your abilities very, very fast. Yeah, I heard about that. We've slowly gotten taller and taller. And if I'm not mistaken, I might have this backwards. But at the same time we're getting taller, our skulls are very, very slowly getting bigger. We're evolving a different type of endurance where it's sitting, standing. Yeah. It's funny how because are upright, we're more naturally inclined to like grow upwards, even though gravity constantly pulls us down. But because of the way that we have, the technology age and all that, and we're sitting down constantly, a lot more people are having back problems. And there are some people who are really hardy. Like, you could sit on a plastic chair for hours and be fine. Does no good for you, but you can do it. To accommodate for head angling downwards. Oh, I did not know that. I did not know that. Ugh. Yeah, evolution could take hold really quickly, and not for good. Not for a good reason. It's rough circumstances, it is. But when we place ourselves in situations that are, subpar or uncomfortable for our anatomy decides to adapt. And if that adaptation means that we have to gain abilities that make it easier for us to sit down and stare at screens, we're gonna do that. I don't know if it's true or not. It might be a myth. I look into it because I actually have this issue, but myopia, which is nearsightedness, people have said that it is caused or it is increased by not being out in the sun and staring at artificial lights all day. Losing our third eye for depth perception. Oh. I honestly think that the depth perception is probably worse. I mean, the tail was beneficial. It's good for balance, and it could have been used as a what's the word? Brain. You can use the tail as its own limb. But you know what I mean. But yeah, the thing with the glasses is more people are nearsighted because we're not out in the sun as much and staring at screens all day. Prehensile, thank you. Prehensile. I'd say depth perception would probably be the worst thing though. Having a tail would be cool. Having 3 arms would be cool. But being able to see and having the ability to like, have depth would be better. We also have vestiges of the nictitating membrane in like the very corners of our eyes. There's a lot of vestiges of evolution that we just don't use anymore. Yeah. Honestly, I didn't even think about that. It was definitely in the benefit of humanity to invent glasses. Thank you, Ben Franklin, and everyone who came before him who tried. But at the same time, like when we create something to make lives better, we naturally adapt to want it more. I think did I talk about this? There's always been a drive, civilization-wise. Yeah, cost of energy isn't worth it. Exactly. Something atrophies away because there's no purpose for it anymore. It goes somewhere else. It's all about efficiency. But when it comes to city planning, there has been a unique issue with the way that we have developed cars. Like throughout history, we had forms of transportation because to get from one place to another by foot is slow. Just regardless of who you are, even if you're Usain Bolt levels of fast, getting somewhere by foot is slow. So we've had to find ways of increasing our speed of transport. And when we invented the car, or the horseless carriage as it was called at the time, we really didn't have infrastructure to support it. So we started building roads. And when you start building roads, you encourage people to use cars more. And when you encourage people to use cars more, there are more cars on the road. And where there are more cars on the road, you need bigger roads. And then you build more roads, and then you encourage more cars, and it just keeps going in a circle. And there was a situation back in the 1960s when they were designing roads for London, which is one of the most populated cities in the world, or most densely populated, rather. I think that's the better word. Trains are better than cars, agreed. But when they were designing London's roads, at least their motorways, they had that issue where if they were to design the multiple ring roads that would go around London so you didn't have to drive through the city, all it would do was encourage more car traffic. And it developed into an issue where, like, the wider and more involved they made the roads, the more people got on them. And it defeated the purpose of making more roads. All of a sudden, like, cars that normally wouldn't be there are now chalking up the road even more because now there's a reason for them to drive. So it creates this horrible cycle where you're trying your hardest to, like, accommodate all the cars on the road, and all of a sudden, like, now there's more cars, so you can't accommodate them, so you make the road bigger, so now there's more cars, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. Case in point, Los Angeles. If you ever see the roads in Los Angeles, it is absolutely ridiculous. Making tickets cheaper resulted in more plane pollution. Exactly. I mentioned that I watch a lot of video essays, and it just depends on the content. If it's high quality, I'll watch it. And one of the channels I watch a lot is Defunct Land, which is all stuff about Disney. I'm not a huge fan of Disney. I can get by on not liking Disney. But, like, knowing about how the theme parks are run and understanding that concept is intriguing because it's all business and it gets you to understand, like, how infrastructure works behind the scenes. And on one episode, he's talking about FastPass, which was the system that Disney implemented at their parks, where you could schedule a time to get on a ride and not have to wait in lines. But the more that they encouraged the FastPass system, the worse the system got because more people understood it, more people utilized it, and it created a situation where now, instead of having one line that was chock full of people that, you know, were sitting, now you had two lines. Nexpo, Wendigo, and Super Eye Patch Wolf. Exactly. Listen, I don't know if you're psychic, but I am. I watch all three of them. Especially Wendigo. I watched Wendigo when he had like 100K subscribers. When he did his SCP Iceberg, that's when I started tuning in. And I was doing Stalker Shadow of the Zone with the same guys who made SCP Overlord and SCP Dollhouse. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And he just talks about stuff that he likes. And that's it. And it's content and it's awesome. And he's like everyone's dad. He's such a fun guy. And he started off as a Sunday school teacher too. 95% of your YouTube channels are video essays. Yeah, the mini movies. I actually hesitated watching them for a while. And I watched them somewhat recently, like over the past couple of months. And it is high quality stuff for what is essentially completely fan-made content. Genuinely amazed at the amount of effort that they put into that stuff. But yeah, video essays and content like that, just deep dives into random topics. Awesome. Sphere Hunter! I actually don't know Leadhead though, but Sphere Hunter I do know. Just great game reviews. I also probably one of the ones that I really respect greatly, and I need to watch more because I know he streams as well. The artist that makes oh gosh. I feel like I recognize I recognize that artist too, now that you say that. I actually do recognize that artist now that you say that. Not gonna give off names, but I think I know who you're talking about. What was I saying? Not Twitch friendly. Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, one of the like deep dive content creators that I really respect, and I definitely should watch more of him because I know he streams a lot, is Frederick Knudsen. And don't forget to light your house to Prince Kelly's. Yeah, thank you. I will in a second. But I really like Frederick Knudsen's content. He's another one that, like, his deep dives are nuts. Like what was the most recent one? It's been a while because he's working on I think EVE Online right now. But what was it? It was the battle, quote unquote, of May Island. It was essentially the event where a bunch of ships were doing a like a tactical maneuver, and they couldn't see each other because it was a foggy day, and they caused multiple manslaughters because they just couldn't see each other, and the submarine sucked. But it's a full-on, like, hour-long deep dive into just that one topic. Elite Dangerous is better than EVE Online. Oh, is it falling off? Oh. I should play Elite Dangerous. I know I should have played Elite Dangerous back a while ago, but I've had it for a while. It is intriguing. ED completely dropped console. Oh. Well, I'm a PC player, so maybe that'll work, but I don't know. My backlog's too big. I can't keep adding stuff to it. But yeah, as it stands right now, yeah, Frederick hasn't released a video in a while because he's working on EVE Online, and the script, I think, is totaling up to about 5 hours long, which it's gonna be a watch. It's gonna be a watch. But they lost 90% of their community as a consequence. Oof. Yeah, bad times. But when that EVE Online video drops, it is going to be a phenomenon. Because long form content, I don't know what it is, but sometimes it just grabs you and holds you for the entire length of it. Someone did a Skyrim retrospective that was 20 hours long. Oh, are you? I was trying to grab wheat, and I punched the golem. Or the epic, I think the epic Nate, yeah. But like, sometimes it works. It works. I believe that's who I was referencing. I don't know, I have to check the video again. But there's so much long form content around. You kind of get mixed up with stuff. I'm gonna see if I can at least finish this roof. Probably gonna fall on that because you have to cover 27 legends. I mean, any degree of like, if you're pushing a high number like that, and you have to go through the backstory of like each and every character, what they do, what they represent, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it can't be short. It cannot be short. But hey, if it's worth the time and worth the effort, 100%, the length of the video should not matter. I remember there was an age on YouTube where every video had to cross that 10-minute margin because everyone was so worried about monetization. Research phase, yeah, exactly. But there was a time back on in YouTube that was like a huge deal. Everyone was so focused on how long the video had to be, and now we get content creators who just make hour-long, 2-hour-long, 3-hour-long videos, and it's just the most enthusiastic, like deep dive stuff. And everyone loves to talk about how human attention spans are decreasing, which they are. They absolutely are. TikTok and Vine and Shorts and all these different things are definitely making us quicker when it comes to like absorbing content. Definitely for worse. But the fact that there is all this long form content and it's so involved and so many people watch it and like the whole way through is amazing. And we never would have had stuff like this had it not caught on, and it's caught on quite substantially. The Exploring series doing a 7-hour reading of Inevitable. Damn, Exploring series is great too. I did an SCP deep dive back a while ago, where I was just reading articles. And what was the god tier article? I don't remember the number. It started with a 6. It was one of the 6,000s. But I just wanted to read through it. Yeah, we watched the same folks. Hey, you know, like minds often find the same things. But yeah, I did an SCP list of her just deep diving through articles a while back. One of them was a pizza computer, which is very silly. And the one that I found was Yeah, it was something. I remember it was SCP-62 something something. Don't remember the exact number off the top of my head. But in essence, it was this plague that was affecting a town and converting all of the local, like, organic into a ferrofluid. Always forget you have an approved official. You have an approved official account? Post! Go ahead and post! But yeah, no, it was not The Flesh That Hates, but The Flesh That Hates is awesome. It was a completely different one. But it's essentially... Hold on, I want to see if I can get that article. Was it 6257? It might have been 6257. I think I might remember the number. I used a random number generator and found it. It is not 6257. I don't think so. Nope. That's interesting, though. Yeah, I'll have to find it. But essentially what it is a plague that's affecting a town, and it turns all of the inhabitants into an amalgamation of, like, a ferrofluid. Like, it's essentially an iron-based compound that rewrites genetics on the submolecular level, and it turns everything into, like, a cognate of, you know, ferrofluid. So it has magnetic properties, it's got, like, that black ichor to it, and it's terrifying, and it's, like, manipulating all the people, and there's, like, this massive sentient tentacle creature underground that's, like, built out of the ferrofluid, and it all ties into the Church of the Broken God. And when I read that far, 6113, ooh, okay, that sounds like an interesting one. I'm always down for SCP articles. I used to get a random number generator and read them all when I was still in college. But yeah, when it came down to brass tacks, like, that article tied back into the Church of the Broken God because it was essentially recreating everything in a mechanical image. And at first, I didn't know what it was tying into, and then the moment it was like, we will fix him. We are the Church of the Broken God. I was like, whoa, that's awesome. It tied right back in. Yeah, it's one of the best canons. And I mentioned before, but the whole SCP Foundation is one of the best, like, creative writing conglomerates to ever grace anything. I think the only other universe that's even come close is probably Lovecraft. You want something that merges multiple cans together, the Tale Y? That's SCP-5000, right? That one is crazy. It's the one with the suit, if I remember correctly. I love that one. And it ties together, is it the Architect? I think it ties in 184 at one point. Not sure. Yep, the two are directly related, exactly. But there's a bunch of articles for the SCP Foundation that are very simplistic because they were written at an early time, like 173. I can't believe I got that number wrong. 173, 096, all that stuff. The Architect canon is fantastic. That's probably my favorite canon. That's probably my favorite canon personally. And when I went through the SCP articles all that time ago, I intentionally grabbed that one specifically to read it out, 184. At the time I was reading it, I had spent about 2 hours reading through articles, so my voice was really hoarse. But I love that article. I love that article. I saw it a long time ago when SCP Illustrated did a piece on it. And it became my favorite canon overnight because it's such a cool idea to have an 001 hidden away in a different numbered article. It's so cool. It's so cool. Yeah, I know it. He made the third tale, and the third tale's really well done. It's not directly canon to the rest of the articles, but it works really well and it fits in quite squarely. But honestly, the SCP tale, The Truth, which is the second part of it, oh, fantastic. Fantastic. I used to watch SCP Illustrated a ton. I haven't watched them as much, but that was great. That whole content spree was great. SCP as a whole is just awesome. One of my friends got me an SCP-999 plushie for my birthday, I think last year, and I still have him. He's still chilling by my bedside. Adorable little scamp. And then there's the test article with 682 where, you know, the unkillable what is it? Hard to destroy reptile. That's the full word. You know, who hates humanity and wants everything dead. This orange blob monster walks in and makes it feel so happy that it just starts destroying everything anyway. Are all part of the Evan Royalty film crews? I didn't know they were all connected like that. Oh, also the Volgan. I forgot about Volgan. He's a great orator when it comes to SCP stuff. Dr. Miller. I still think that for all the content he's put out, while it has become more of a meme outside of SCP, the "You do not recognize the bodies in the water" video he did was absolute S tier. I love that video. Because it takes the elements that make up that genuinely terrifying article, and it goes, let's double down. He literally feels the emotions wherever he's reading from. Yeah. You can tell, especially at the end of some of the articles, he's really affected by what's going on. But I've always been into creative writing stuff, and that whole everything SCP is cool as hell. It's awesome. All right, I need to sleep so I don't die. I'm almost done with the roof. But he did, oh, what was it? Was it 6,000? The one where they release a memetic kill agent to try to kill the reader. And it doesn't work. It's like an out-of-universe fourth wall breaking. That one's good, too. I still need more stone. Man, Stone, can you cook any quicker? Wait, did I blow through all of it already? I blew through all of it already. More stone. Good tale of a more humanized god, but you wouldn't have any idea where to slap it. Sometimes fan-made articles are, I don't know, they have their own merits. There are a couple J articles that I think are actually somewhat decent, even though they are Js. And then, you know, fan-made SCPs that are not canon and would probably lose a contest, but still genuinely interesting. So honestly, just posting it online, who cares? It's a story. Not really SCP universe. Yeah, that's what I mean though. Like, if it's a creative writing exercise, so it works in its own merits. I've done creative writing exercises before, but I've never really executed on it because writing stories are therapy for a god. That's a sick name. But yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult because you have to flesh out the full story on all aspects, and you know, I think I talked about this. When you write a story, I honestly think that like books are one of the hardest mediums to properly do, because you need characters and you need exposition, you need everything to fall into place properly. It's harder than a lot of different things, I'd say. Every artistic medium has its own difficulties, like art and music and I don't know, other things of that, movies and different things. But when you write a story, it is very difficult to get everything to work the way you want it to. That's why I've always been terrified of like properly writing stuff down. I have lore for this whole channel that I'm like, it's in my head and I know what I'm gonna do with it, but it's hard to get all the pieces to fit into place because it's difficult. And you misstep even slightly and it creates an issue. Where all of a sudden there's a plot hole in a place that it wasn't supposed to be. Also, finally, Cole. 10 out of 10 would listen to a stream of you reading something? Really? Honestly, I'd be down. I'd have to find content to like read off of though, because I don't know if I'd be able to like write something down like that. It, again, on top of all the, hey, gold, on top of all the stuff that I'm currently doing, oh, it's just another thing. But hey, maybe I'll get, like, hyperfixated and I'll do it at one point. Who knows? Part of the process. Do I have enough stone? I hope I do. I'm so tired. Oh, wait, that was the tunnel I came out of. But I'll see. People listen to anything that makes them comfy. Oh, Heat Death of the Universe, that's sick! That is awesome. But yeah, no, I get your point. I do. There's always someone who's interested in what you do. They just have to find it. And that's something I don't think a lot of people truly realize is regardless of who you are and regardless of what you do, there's always going to be someone else who's interested in what you're doing. It's just a fact of life. There's 8 billion people. You wrote an article for a new species of moth called Arlogea. Neat. I like me some moths. Personally, I'm a fan of the silk moth more than anything because it's just so pretty, but I like moths. What was I saying? Yeah, there's always someone who's willing to like pay attention to what you're doing. It's just they have to find you. And that's why the internet is both good and bad. Because for everything that it's worth, it allows people to connect far better than we've ever been able to. And that's how, you know, half of these content creators doing video essays on different things have gotten the traction that they deserve because the internet allows people to interconnect. And it's a wonderful experience, it is. As both a an enjoyer and a creator. It's all about discovery. Ow. So I just need to fill in this hole here and then do the rim. I think I'm all set. I'll obviously add details, but I've done a lot of mining today. How much iron did I get from all this? I got enough for armor. I got a full stack. Hold on, I forgot to make a chest. Let's see. There you are. Oh, I hate how he's just multiple. I can't believe I got this much iron. I mean, I wanted diamonds. Don't forget to eat and drink water. Yeah, I actually, you know, I was having a really off day, but I did eat today. Like, I did eat properly. I'll probably eat after stream as well. I can go for long periods without eating or drinking. Well, not without drinking, but I can go for long periods without eating. Very weird like that. Bodily functions sort of just say, nah, you're good. It's definitely not healthy, but honestly, what can you do? Oh, 38. I need to throw this in here, this in, yeah. But yeah, like, for what it's worth, I want to do more than just play games. Might be evolving to be more efficient as humans eat less. Yeah. But then again, obesity is still running rampant, so even if we are evolving to eat less, we're still eating copious amounts, especially in the States. What was I saying? I always want to do more than just playing games. Like, most of my life has had video games as a very, very distinct part of it. But, you know, being creative, I don't want to just do that. It's always an escape, and it's always fun, especially with friends. But it's not all that there is. So I try my best to think of variety content. This week, not as much. But down the line, I'll come up with something. Definitely need to put my nose to the grindstone to finish up a couple projects I've been putting on hold. Maybe this month will end up better than I thought. Who knows? More reinvigorated than I was earlier today. I just need to sleep properly. That could be part of it. Thankfully, caffeine doesn't affect me as it affects most people. It relaxes me in a weirdly backwards way. Okay. Almost there. Making a lot of... I probably could have made a super smelter at this rate, but... meh. Also could have made the roof out of stone bricks, but... also meh. Okay. Oh, I need to get up here again. I used to make houses in like a corner structure where this was cornered off, but I like the log house. Squaring it off on the edge. Yeah, thank you. I feel like I work slow, but I guess I don't really work that slow. I don't know, it's slow for me. I want to get everything done in 2 seconds. That's another issue with being a creative type who's also a perfectionist who wants things to be done as soon as possible. Never pick stuff up because I want to be able to do it immediately, and that's not how it works. Kind of shocked at the fact that I've actually, I can actually play an instrument. And I've been playing an instrument for 8 years. Like, how did that happen? How did I start doing that? I look back and I wonder, when did I learn? Factory's producing one smart panel every 5 minutes or so. You'll get there eventually. We all get there eventually. Well, that's the top done. I just have to do the underlayer now. Oh, wait. Oh, I have to do the center too. Oh well. But yeah, I say a lot, jack of all trades, master of none. I think this is like the 4th or 5th time I've said it, and that's how I feel with a lot of stuff. Because I have so much drive to do different things, but never enough, what's it called? Focus to sit down and just say, I'm doing this. Unless I get that, massive burst of motivation and do it all at once. I hate that. I really do. But it's the only way I end up doing stuff. Keeping me on a schedule does help. Which is why I'm doing this. This allows me to be creative regularly rather than in a massive burst after 6 months of nothing. And it's taught me to edit. Slowly but surely. YouTube and figuring out how After Effects work have taught me to edit. I spend a lot of time doing that too. But I do spend a lot of time anticipating the fact that I'm going to do that. And anticipation sucks. But I have plans. It's just I have to execute on them. Hardest part of streaming is definitely being consistent and just spending time. Sits with game open for 3 hours. Exactly. That's why I honestly don't care. If I'm gonna play something, I'm going to play something. So, probably the weakest stream I've had so far was sadly my BioShock 2 stream from this Saturday. Purely because I really wanted to play it. I had a good time with it, but it crashed twice. And You can have all the preparation in the world, and you can have as much fun as you possibly want. But if you're in sort of a blasé mood, and then all of a sudden the game that you want to play decides to not want to play, it just totally flips it on its head, and it's like, ugh. Yeah, Bioshock by yourself is definitely the best way to go about it. I just wanted to stream it because I had never done it before. I'd never played Bioshock 1 all the way through before, and it's also a good game to like learn how to talk and play a game at the same time. But Bioshock 2, I tell ya, Bioshock 2 took everything that 1 did, and gameplay-wise just doubled down. And I think it does a really good job. Also, playing as Subject Delta he's badass. He's badass. He's got a big drill that can one-hit most splicers if you get it fully upgraded. You gotta go with the shock and sting strategy to just melt everything. And spam health kits, because health is hard to come by, especially on hard. Though that is kind of my own fault, because I can't play an FPS game that's not on a high difficulty. Rescuing your little sister. Yeah. I mentioned that. So when that choice comes along, where you're given whether or not you can harvest or rescue the little sisters, you are literally choosing whether or not you want the good or the bad ending, which is good to have choice. It's good to give the player some agency, but it's so obvious. Like you're either the worst person to ever exist or the best person to ever exist. There is no in between. Ow. Ow. Oh great, I'm on fire. But it is a fantastic series of games, and it has had a surprising amount of influence on a lot of other things. The one game that I've beaten all the way through as of right now is Infinite, which I'm going to play again. It kind of fits in the meta. Yeah, it does. Andrew Ryan is very megalomaniacal. But yeah, I'm gonna play Bioshock Infinite again, and that game takes everything that 1 and 2 did, and like it just makes it its own. He just based on Walt Disney. He even looks like Walt. Exactly. But yeah, Infinite to me is probably the best. It actually goes in order of release backwards. Infinite's the best, then 2, then 1. With 1 is still a great game. Don't get me wrong. I really liked playing through 1. But it does lose a little bit of its impact when you've known about the major twists for a decade. I still enjoyed my time with it though. And Rapture as an aesthetic is awesome. It has that same stuck in the 60s style as Fallout, but not to the same degree of like retro future. It's literally 1960. So everything that's like, oh man, we're stuck in the 60s. No, you are in 1960. This is what would happen if a guy with a ton of money and a ton of influence just built a city underwater in the 1960s. With drugs. But it's a good series of games. I really like it. But I'm sad because the game crashed twice. Elon Musk, but 1960. Yeah, pretty much. But I don't know. Like if we're to compare the Muskrat, yeah, if we're to compare the Muskrat to Andrew Ryan, I'd say Andrew Ryan is more overtly villainous. Musk is just a nerd who gained way too much influence and is now using it for not the greatest of things. Case in point, Twitter. He is a nerd, don't get me wrong, but nerds can be bad people too. And it sucks. It sucks to like technology, because I like technology and I like moving things forward. And having one of the proponents of some of the most like influential and like crazy advancements. Yeah, true. He's just throwing money at it. But still, he's involved, so there you go. His wealth came from not a great place, exactly. But it sucks to be involved in technology and his face is plastered all over everything, and it's like, ugh. Not a great experience. The current battle is Twitter, which is hilarious to watch from the sidelines. It really is. But that's what I mean with politicking. I don't like talking about it too much. It's not for thee and not for me. I just like having a good time. I have to... Right. Seal up the top hole. Oh, wait. No, it's not it. Alright, let's go get some more cobble. I think this will be the last run and then I can finish the roof. Stone slabs are glass for a ceiling window? I like the idea of glass now that you say it. Let's try that. Do I have sand? I can get sand. Oh, wait, I have... No, never mind. I do still need slabs, though. Wait. No, I don't. I can do it with just stone. I like that idea. I think that'll look good, actually. I'll add some skylight, too. I'll definitely freshen this up some. It's just getting the basic picture. Also, my FOV is cracked so that that looks way bigger than it actually is. What is my FOV right now? Oh, 100. Still, that's high. Yeah, skylight. See, we both forget words sometimes. Alright. Up and up. Recently tested with 120 FOV. You've played 70? Oh, you poor thing. Yeah, high FOV allows you to just see the world. It really does. It's incredibly beneficial for more tactical stuff, too. Oh, I do need slabs, I think. Wait, did I put that in the wrong spot? Ooh, I did! I do need slabs, though. Ow! Capped at 60. Yeah, well, that's fine. Listen, I'm not a proponent of the frame rate stuff. Cap of 60, yeah. I'm not a proponent of the frame rate stuff. To me, at least, like, frame rates are for people who are way too dedicated to their PCs. I've definitely had my fling with high graphics. I know what it's like. It's good. It makes things feel awesome. But it's not necessary. It really is not. If you can enjoy a game at 60 FPS and have a grand old time with it, who needs like 160 FPS refresh rate? Or something stupid like that. Sincerely. For stuff like, I don't know, for most of the AAA games nowadays, being able to play at 1080p 60 is sort of the status quo. Yeah. There is, I will say, there is actually a noticeable difference between 30 and 60. But past that point, like, you'll really only get a smoothness difference. Like you can, if you compare 60 FPS to some of the crazy high numbers, you can tell there is a slight difference, but the human eye physically cannot register that speed. It really can't. So you end up with a situation where, like, yeah, your frame rates are high, and yeah, your game is really smooth. But if you clocked it down and your PC wasn't, like, screaming at you for safety, it would probably be better. Legitimately. But again, that's just it's part of the whole like tech stuff. I watch Linus Tech Tips. I know, and I've dealt with the gaming card shortage before. Yeah, he didn't test Beyond exactly. I mentioned a while ago. My best friend is a horrible spender. He's a deficit spender, and his idea of like how he wanted his PC to be upgraded was the moment he could get his hands on a 3090 during the gaming card shortage, he got one. So, you know, it was expensive. And he's thinking about getting a 4090 because he's insane. And I'm like, bro, why? You don't need it. You really don't need it. I'm fine with having a 30 series in this laptop, and I'm fine with having a 30 series in my PC at home. Yeah, it's because of crypto miners. Oh man, don't even get me started on that whole topic. Yeah, they're very good for doing math, exactly. That's why they're used for cryptocurrencies. Which is its own pile of nothing. But it's money, and it's lucrative, and people want to profit for doing very little, and blah, 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 blah. I had an acquaintance in high school who actually did manage to profit off of Bitcoin. He got like 100K for it, and it paid for his college. But that's like one out of hundreds of thousands of people doing the same thing. Honestly, I wish I could have been that person, but no. Just, ugh. Bad touch. Bad touch. Max out at 4K. Yeah. Honestly, I'm fine with 1080p 60. I like 1440. I have a 1440 144 back at home. And which that's 2K. I don't really need 4K. If I wanted 4K, I'd buy a TV, to be completely honest with you. And I'm not super into like listen, if I can make a PC that will last me for at least 5 years without needing major upgrades, I'll do it. That's fine. I upgraded back in 2016 from an old crappy HP to a $600 PC that lasted me practically 3 or 4 years before I decided to upgrade because I wanted to play games at higher fidelity. PS4 monitor is a TV that was built for 4K. Yeah, exactly. If you could play your favorite games at a lower resolution and a lower frame rate than like what is the top dog of the day and still have fun with it, who cares? Who cares? Sincerely, who cares? And I think that the whole like gaming rig and gaming setup and all that stuff is just, it's a money pit. It's a hardcore money pit. Another one of my friends dumped, what was it? I think he spilled energy drink on his keyboard that he'd had for a while. And then decided to spend $369 on a mechanical keyboard that he custom built himself with an included mouse. And I said, listen, I know that you don't make great purchasing decisions and you're very expensive when it comes to peripherals. He's the only one of us who owns a Shure SM7B, you know, with the shotgun mic that everyone seems to gush about, but it's $400. But man, that's a lot for a keyboard. That is a lot. Increased color perception, yeah. So I'm of the mind that if I can get something that's cost effective and does exactly what I need it to without breaking the bank, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Two most expensive things I've ever bought in a small sitting is the computer that I'm currently using, which is a portable laptop. Yeah, shock. And a guitar. And both of those were over $1,000, and that's the most I've ever spent in one sitting. Everything else has been chip change. A JLab mic, which is about $60. Yeah, exactly. What I'm using right now is actually an Ampla game, which cost me, I think, $80. And most of it comes from most of like what you get for audio quality is from filters and sound suppression. I had a mic before this that was stuck on I had stuck on my desk because I didn't realize I was gonna need an upgrade. And it caught so much of the room noise. High quality mic that's just a 2-inch regular yeah. Listen, audiophile, like the whole audiophile thing is its own crazy rabbit hole. Like, I have a good set of headphones. They're studio headphones. I've had these for quite a while, and they still get a ton of use. I see people on like high fidelity podcasts use these headphones, and they're like $80. And you know what? It's quality that works enough for me, and that's what I like. I can listen to music and have it, have all the highs, lows, and mids there. I can listen to games and get proper stereo sound. It works. I'm not breaking the bank, and that's the point. You don't need to buy the most cutting-edge product all the time. Pair of Skull Candy headphones so long they don't even produce. Oof. But I mean, if they still work, that's really that's the whole point of this. Is it's like Skull Candy has 2. Wow, 6 years. Yeah. So what is it called? Oh, it's the concept where technology has a set date and is supposed to expire after a period of time. I don't remember what the exact term is called, but like certain things are designed to be outdated in a certain period of time. I hate that. I hate that mentality because it forces you to buy, and I don't like that. Do I have enough wood to burn this last bit of glass? I think I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, most modern tech. Yeah, it's consumerism. Money talks. Money talks. But again, for all the corporate jargon that comes with consumerism, there are companies that, like, while they are the best selling and all that stuff, they do make genuinely useful and good products. They are overpriced because supply and demand, but it is quality. It's very rare that you get products that, like, they're just outright lying to you and saying, yeah, this is worth more than it is. You kind of have to pick and choose. You have to be a smart buyer. It all comes down to your own personal budget, your own personal research. It just depends. I think this is enough. I could purl up to the roof. No, that's a waste. Let me just... Okay. Oh, I have dirt. Oh, I need one more. Sure. Wait. No, I don't want to ruin this. There you go. Okay. Should be able to fill out top here. Oh, I might need more than 28. It's gonna be close. Nine, 8. Oh crap. 7, 6. Oh, I had 3 extra. Yeah, that was close. But that's the roof done. It's not perfect, but I like it. I definitely need to freshen it up a little bit. People go nuts for a fit. I mean, yeah, 3 for me is pushing it too, to be fair. And it's the point where, like, if a game is running really smoothly and I'm dealing with lag spikes, it's like, please stop lagging. But I can get by. I'm definitely more of a mid-range person when it comes to, like, when it comes to understanding how much graphics impact a game. I can deal with low res, I can deal with stutters, I can deal with low frame rates, but not to the extent where I'm playing, like, I don't know, Pong on a 1976 Atari 2600. I can't. I'm not that far deep. Okay, so that's not bad. I like it. I'm glad I actually put the roof on like that. We did a lot. I have a farm and everything. And look at me, I'm fully geared up with all iron stuff. Took a hot second. I didn't get rich quick, but I got, you know, I'm definitely mid-grade. Yeah, tons of progress, exactly. I love me some Minecraft. It's always fun. Especially when I'm in the mood for it. And I am in the mood for it. But, wow, I went over. I usually only do Minecraft for 4 hours. But yeah. As it stands, I think that's where I will call it. Let me turn the... Yeah, there you go. As it stands, I think that's where I'll call it. There's always more to do, and there's always more on the agenda. I only got one of the 3 things done. I did die twice. Unless it was 3 times. Actually, hold on. Let's check the chat log. Do we have a chat log? Yeah, we do. I died 3 times. Okay. Still, for me, that's not bad. I've died more than 50 times in multiplayer server before. But yeah, that's where I'm going to call it. So, I will be picking up Minecraft again next week to do more stuff. I'll get some goals, that whole nonsense. It's Minecraft. We can do whatever we want. But this time, I have a house. I'll move all the stuff into it. I'll figure out what I want to do later. Maybe I'll get some diamonds. Who knows? Maybe I'll visit the Nether and die and lose all my stuff, as I usually do. But for everyone who came by during the stream, thank you so much. I'm happy to talk with people. For anyone watching the VOD, it was also great to see you as well. On Wednesday, I have Binding of Isaac. So I'll be doing probably much of the same, but not being as good at video games. But regardless, hope you enjoyed your time. And I will be signing off here. Bye-bye.